Sup, y'all? Steins Gate Saturday. Who's ready? I like the mix of the emotes with the ST. Well done, Chatterinos. How's it going, everybody? Happy Saturday. We're here. We're alive and well. Did a little bit of a different hairdo today. Half ponytail up, half hair down, because I couldn't decide. Didn't know what to do. Time for the weekly emotional damage. Who's ready? I don't know if I can do a summary anymore at this point. I really don't know. I also don't know exactly where we're at. Like, I don't know how many more Steins Gate days we even have left before the story is done. But yeah, God, do I have to summarize today? Do I need to summarize? Hey, Eratos. Cause I don't even know. I feel like summarizing now is taking like, it's a 10-minute thing. It's a whole adventure. A whole pre-stream thingy thing. How's everyone doing today though? Hope everyone's having a solid day, solid weekend or whatever. We good? I miss your streams. Working sucks. Oh no. Yeah, work sucks. I know. Do 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 do. Ba da 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 da. What am I doing? Yeah, I wonder how much we have left. It says we have 10 out of 26 achievements, by the way. We accidentally played through an alternate ending last time. So that was a thing that happened. Oopsies. Basically, weekends is the only time you can watch now. Hey, you know what? I appreciate you stopping by, Eratos. I really appreciate you stopping by when you can. I don't expect everybody to have to, you know, be here every single time, because I know sometimes work just happens, or life happens, or schedules happen, and it just so happens that it doesn't sync up to where you're able to make it to the stream, or maybe I'm not able to stream at an earlier time, or whatever it is. But, you know, we're all doing the best that we can do, so that's okay. 3 more weeks, maybe? You think so? I'm actually gonna do a little spoiler for myself. Apparently there are 6 different endings. Hang on. I was googling how many chapters there are in Steins Gate Elite. There are 10 chapters total, apparently. And we're on chapter 6. I remember you said 12 weeks or something. I have a feeling we're gonna be slightly off on that one. I subbed to someone new, guess who? Nice. Sick. How are y'all? Have been getting a cold? Hate when the weather changes too much. Oh no. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people have been getting colds and getting sick lately, so take your vitamin C's, friends. Stay hydrated and I don't know what else. Well, I guess should we just jump right into, I'll launch this. I don't know if I'll do as much of a summary today. I'll do like a pseudo summary from like the last time we were here. So like, we already know Okabe, Mayuri, Kurisu. Basically, they all are a part of a time machine story. They have to save one of their friends from dying, and now they are trying to reverse time. They're trying to reverse all the changes that they made with their time machine in order to bring them onto the timeline where their friend does not die. That's basically where we're at. We experienced Fadis' ending last time by accident. And now we're on to Lukako's ending. Well, we're not gonna do Lukako's ending. We're just gonna experience Lukako's... We have to reverse Lukako's stuff, basically. You woke up at 9 a.m. to line up? To line up for a watch that was already sold out before we got there, and the watch isn't even limited like that? What the heck, bro? Man, what kind of watch are you trying to get? Crazy. Hi, Sash. So yeah, that's pretty much where we're at. That's the only recap you remember? I am not even surprised. Not even shocked. For 1 second. Alright. We are launching. Oh, don't need this anymore. We'll take that out. We'll take this out. Are my normal alerts on now? I think I have. Let me fix this and this. Okay, now we're good. Wow, okay. Sorry. All right. So let's see how much we dive into the story today. I feel like I'm not sure exactly how far we need to reverse in terms of the story. Like how much we need to go back. Oh boy, but we're gonna just see what happens. So we're here, I think, number 4, right? I think. Do you guys remember? It's so weird that after Looney's sponsor is over that I am now getting YouTube ads for Dark Nemesis. Oh, interesting. Oh, it's a collab watch that my mom told me last minute, and I saw them and was like, cool, I wouldn't mind getting one if I'm not paying for it. Ayo. Yeah, this is it. Alright, let's just jump right into it, guys. Steins Gate Saturday, let's go. Oh yeah! I forgot. Okabe is going on a date with Lukaku. I just remembered. Here we go. What's important for a first date is to make a good impression. To me, I don't know. I just feel so like tired today a little bit. An unclean appearance is out of the question. A haircut is especially important. Long hair looks dirty, so it's no good. Hey, Fanglong.
服装に関してもぴったり合ったサイズのものを着ていくこと。特に秋葉系の男子は大きめのサイズの服を好んで着ている傾向にあるが、これはだらしなく見えるのでよくない。
For clothes, you should wear something exactly the right size. Though it may be trendy, especially in Akiba, for young men to wear baggy clothes, it looks sloppy, so it's not good. Why exactly am I in a maid cafe getting date advice from my younger assistant, who is also a girl?
初デートではお互いに緊張していることもあって会話が途切れがち。重要なのは会話のキャッチボール。
On the first date, conversation tends to break due to mutual nervousness. What's important is to play conversation catch.
一方的に話すだけでは相手が楽しいはずがない。特に女性は会話をするのが大好きなので、むしろ男性は女性の話を聞く側に回ってあげるべき。
Get his sag on, really? Ew. One-sided conversations aren't fun for the other side. Girls especially like to talk, so the guy should try to keep the conversation going.
ただ聞くだけではなく、きちんと相槌を打つことが必要。そうすることで女性は話をちゃんと聞いてくれる人だと思うはず。
Not just by listening. Throwing in appropriate responses is also necessary. Responsiveness gives the girl the impression that you're really listening to her.
つまり、いつも通りの岡部じゃ全く話にならないってことね。
Basically, you need to be the opposite of yourself.
とりあえず、普通に喋ることから始めないと。あ、例のバカっぽい高笑いは当然禁止ってことで。
Anyway, focus on acting normal for now. No more of that idiotic laughter.
自分はさりげなく車道側を歩くとか、女の子にお金を出させるのは現金とか。いい？これ、明日のデートで全部守らないとダメよ。
Ooh, Like when walking down the street, be sure to put yourself between your date and the road. Or whatever you do, don't make the girl pay for anything, okay? For your date tomorrow, make sure you follow all of these rules. I wonder if I can really be that careful.
あとは清潔なハンカチを持っていくこと。女の子が公園のベンチに座るときはすぐに広げてあげること。
And after that, there's carry a clean handkerchief. Spread it out when the girl goes to sit on a park bench.
俺は世話係ではない。
I'm not her butler.
ご飯は立ち食いそばとかファーストフードは避ける。ファミレスがボーダーライン。それ以上は自分の財布の中身と相談して。
When it's time to eat, avoid fast food of all kinds. Family restaurants are borderline acceptable. Anything else depends on your budget.
ファミレスがボーダーライン。
Family restaurants are borderline? Where are the family restaurants in Akiba?
待ち合わせ場所には最低15分前には来ておくこと。遅刻厳禁。
Arrive at the meeting place at least 15 minutes early. Tardiness is unacceptable.
15分前到着。
15 minutes early.
あとはデートコースね。映画館とか美術館、街をブラブラ歩く食事っていうのが
Oh, she
無難だし。
blushing. Then you just need to decide where to take her. Movies, art galleries, strolling through town, and food are all safe. Oops.
なるほど。意外と地味なんだな。
I see. It's easier than I thought. He looks so distraught.
俺はてっきり初デートというぐらいだから、
Oh.
夕焼けの綺麗なリゾート風海岸へ行き、そこでファーストキスを交わさなければならないのかと。
I was under the impression that a first date required going to a beautiful beach resort, exchanging your first kiss bathed in the light of the setting sun, and stuff like that.
あ、それすごくロマンチック。
Ah, that's really romantic!
じゃなくて、童貞思考全開だな。ドラマや漫画の見過ぎ。
I mean, that's virgin imagination at full throttle. You've read too much manga.
お前もな。
You too.
ちなみに相手は未成年なんだから、ホテルに連れ込もうなんて不潔なこと考えないでよ。
Besides, your date's a minor, so don't even think about bringing her to a hotel, okay? Oh god.
それはない。
What do you take me for?
ま、ざっとこんなところね。どう？私のレクチャー、少しは役に立った？
That just about covers it. Well, was my lecture helpful?
お前のレクチャーではなく、マニュアル本のレクチャーだろ。
You mean the manual's lecture? Anyway, strolling around town counts as a date, huh? In that case, I don't have to waste money.
にゃにゃ今日
Oh no.
誰かとデートするのかにゃにゃにゃ今日 are you going on a date にゃお待たせしました
I didn't think I'd have to do this anymore.
Thanks for waiting. I'll prepare your iced coffee にゃ
Kurisu watches this with great interest. I guess this is her first time at a maid cafe.
デート相手はマユシーかにゃ Is Mayushi the lucky girl にゃ
なぜそこで参りが出てくるのだ？
Why would you think that?
ふにゃ違うのかにゃじゃあにゃ Not her にゃ Then この子なのにゃ Is it her にゃ
いや、こいつは助手だ。
No, she's my assistant.
じゃあ別の子なのにゃ今日待ってばいろんな子に手を出しすぎだにゃ Then some other girl にゃ Kyoma, you tomcat. You're making moves on too many girls にゃ
She's back. You can't escape the nya, I
いろ
know.
んな子に手を出しすぎなのか。
Oh, so you're making moves on too many girls, huh?
何をバカな。
What nonsense. Well, I guess I did hug Ferris. Ooh, making moves. But that was on the 14th, so when I time leaped to the 12th, it was undone. I shake off a pang of loneliness and return to the conversation. Moves he doesn't even know he has, I know. It's true. The next day. Oh, look at them on their cute little date. Mukako and I are walking around Akiba together.
次はどこに行きましょうか?
So, where to next? Event number 1. Lunch at a family restaurant is already complete. I took care of the bill and now we're back out in the heat. I've got the entire day planned out in my head.
街をブラブラするぞ。しよう。
How about we take a walk around town?
Okay.
I know, look at our boy all dressed up, shoot. It's Oban holiday, so Akiba is crowded. This conversation thing isn't going so well. Hi Kodiak, thank you so much. Thank you.
Okabe-san?
なんだ
Yeah?
覚えていますか?
Do you remember?
僕と岡部さんが初めて出会った時のこと。
About the first time you and I met?
おう
Yeah. It was during Golden Week in May. Okabe.
やめてください。無理です。
Please stop. I can't.
お願いします。写真を1枚撮らせてもらうだけでいいんで。
But please, let me take just one photo.
そのコスプレすごく燃えるっていうか、ここまで巫女服を着こなしてるレイヤー見たことないし。
That cosplay is super moe. I've never seen such a cute Miko cosplayer before.
これはコスプレじゃなくて。
This isn't cosplay.
できれば可愛らしいポーズ撮ってもらえるとめちゃ嬉しいんだけど。
If you could make a cute pose, I'd be super happy.
あ、じゃああれだよ俺。ミコミコオーバードライブのめぐみたん。
Do that thing, you know, that thing Megumi-town does in Miko Miko Overdrive.
来たー、それ最高。めぐみたん知ってるよね。やってくれないかな。
Yeah, that would be awesome. You know Megumi-town, right? Can you do it for us?
知りません。すみません。
I don't know. Sorry.
なんでそんな嫌がるわけ？コスプレして秋葉に来たのって写真撮られるためなわけでしょ？なのに嫌がるとかおかしくない？
What's wrong? If you come to Akiba in cosplay, that means you want people to take your picture, right?
そうだよ。それとも俺たちがキモいから拒否ってるわけ？
That's right. Or are you rejecting us cause we're losers?
違います。これはコスプレじゃなくて。
No, it's just... This isn't cosplay. Hey, Raisel! Thank you for gifting a sub to Dakodiak. Thank you so much. It's so sweet. Thank you, thank you. To be honest, the Miko garb fascinated me.
そこのカメラ小僧ども
You with the cameras.
え？
Eh?
なんだよ君。
Who are you?
この俺を知らないだと俺の名はホーイン・キョーマ神が地上に具現せし灰色の脳細胞の持ち主にして世界に混沌をもたらす狂気のマッドサイエンティストだ。
Who am I? I am the great Hoin Kyoma, bearer of the mightiest brain since Einstein himself, the insane mad scientist who will bring chaos to the world.
Saves the day.
何こいつ
What's with this guy?
マジ吉
He's nuts.
それぐらいでやめておけ。その巫女が嫌がっているだろう。
Stop right there. This Miko clearly does not want your attention.
なんという中二病ですか
Get out of here, Chunibyu.
かっこよく女の子を助けてセックルに持ち込もうとしてんじゃね下心見え見えこれだからドキュンは
You trying to be cool and save a girl for smecks in return? You're just another pervert.
ドキュンは
Hi,
お前
Dr.
たち
Will.
か弱い女子に男二人でまとわりつくあまつさえ変態写真を撮りたいと懇願するとはオタクのプライドすら捨てたか
Look in the mirror when you say that. You're the ones harassing this frail girl, forcing her to take perverted pictures. Have you no otaku pride?
Yeah.
いえ、僕は
聖なる巫女を怯えさせるカメラ小僧カメラ小僧などではないそれは単なる変質者だお前たちに聖地秋葉を歩く資格はないと知れ
A cameraman who frightens a sacred Miko is no cameraman at all. He's nothing but low-life scum, unfit to walk the holy streets of Akiba.
なんだと可愛い三次元女子をローアングルから狙うのはみんなやってるだろ
What? Everyone's aiming for low-angle shots of cute 3D girls.
素人のくせにお高く止まるなって言いたいね秋葉にコスプレしてきてる時点で無差別に取られても文句言えないでしょマジで
Amateur cosplayers should take what they get. When you cosplay in Akiba, you're asking to get photographed. That's how it works.
違うんです。僕は
No, I'm
男です。
a guy.
だから僕なんかとっても
Wait,
意味ないんですよ。
so she remembers being a guy? I'm confused. So there's no point in photographing me.
えマジで
Yeah, Okabe told her, but how does she actually remember? Is it like the same, like they just suddenly have like just memories of it now? No, this is actually, or is this Okabe's memory? Oh, maybe it's Okabe's memory.
Really?
そんなの嘘だこんな可愛い子が男のはずが
No way! Someone this cute can't be a guy!
男
Yeah.
です。喉仏もあります。
I am a guy. I even have an Adam's apple.
なんだよ紛らわしいな
What the hell? This is fraud!
っていうか男なのに巫女服着てるとかマジ吉だろ
Oh my god.
What kind of guy wears Miko robes? You some kind of pervert?
I hate these dudes.
騙された気分だよ
Thank God I didn't take a picture. I feel tricked.
Those bastards were a disgrace to otaku everywhere. Seriously, scram! Stupid little shits.
どうもありがとうございました。
Thank you very much.
ああいや
Hmm? Nah, it's nothing. Yeah, maybe this is Okabe's memories then.
でも僕みたいな男を助けてがっかりですよね。
But you're disappointed that you saved a guy, aren't you?
期待に添えなくてすみません。
I'm sorry. I can't live up to your expectations.
お前名前は？
What's your name?
漆原ルカです。
えUrishibara Luca.
なぜ俺に謝った？
Why are you apologizing?
だって僕こんな顔なのに男だし。
I mean, I look like this, but I'm a guy.
そんなことはどうでもいい。
It matters not!
お前が男だろうが女だろうが関係ない。だがその悲願だ根性気に入らないな。
It doesn't matter if you're a guy or a girl. We need to work on that inferiority complex of yours.
Aw, hey, Quinn H with the 12 months! Thank you so much for a beautiful year in the Looniverse, dude. It's so... I am honored to have you here. Thank you so much. Aww.
ついてこい。お前にいいものをやる。そのアイテムさえあればお前は勇気を得るだろう。
Samidare,
眠る真の力の存在にも気づくはずだ。
come with me. I shall bestow upon you a mighty gift, an item that will give you courage. I'm sure you, too, have noticed the true power that sleeps inside of you.
どうした？力が欲しくないのか？
What's wrong? You desire power, don't you?
いえ、力ですか？
Power?
そうだ。俺はお前に力を与えることができる。さあ、求めろ。欲しろ。力を。カメラ小僧にも負けない。お前だけの力を求めるのだ。
Indeed, I can grant you power. All you need is the will, the desire, the hunger. Never again will you fear a camera lens.
So that's why Lukaku doesn't like cosplay.
まさかその後武器屋本舗に行ってサミダレを買ってもらえるとは
No.
思ってもみませんでした。
After that, we went to Blade Works and you bought me Samidare. I didn't expect that.
なあ。
Thank you, Twizzler.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, dude.
Well, I didn't expect he'd actually come with me. Afterwards, Lukaku and I went through intense training to develop this Seishin Zanma school of swordsmanship.
とてもびっくりしましたけど、でも岡部さんがあの時言ってくれたそんなことはどうでもいいっていう言葉はすごく嬉しかったんです。
I was really surprised when you said it didn't matter. But at the same time, it really made me happy.
変ですよね。そんな言葉に感動しちゃうなんて。
It's strange, huh? Those words really moved me.
でもその言葉があったから。
Ever since you said those words,
だから好きになったんです。
I've liked you.
え？
Wait a second. Is she serious? But that Lukaku was a guy. Does that mean I made the guy Lukaku fall in love with me? See, I'm confused. I'm like so confused right now. By the time I drop her off back at the shrine, I'm worn out physically and mentally. In the end, we didn't talk much. We just walked.
今日はすごく楽しかったです。
Oh, so she did remember the events of the Otherworld line when she was a guy. Oh, okay. Okay. I guess she does remember then.
Today was really fun.
そうか。
Really? She's just saying that out of consideration. I can tell that she's forcing her smile. All through the date, I couldn't stop thinking about the time Lukaku fell in love with me, so I barely made conversation at all.
それでは
So,
なんだ
What is it?
また明日
well, tomorrow.
Eh?
She wants to go on a date again tomorrow?
明日も岡部さんと一緒にいたいです
I want to be with Okabe-san again. Tomorrow.
どうも。
Thanks.
ダメですか
Is that okay?
ダメなんてことはない。本当に。
Of course it is. Yes, of course.
よかった
Thank goodness.
それじゃあまた明日
Well, see you tomorrow.
I feel a huge weight on my shoulders. Another date tomorrow. Tomorrow. Sorry, got plans for tomorrow. Ooh, that's weird.
トゥットゥルーおかえり
Welcome back, Karin.
リア充は死ね
Die, you filthy Whoa, 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 whoa! Die, you filthy normal!
まさか中二病のオカリンに彼女ができるとか飯まずってレベルじゃねえぞ
Since when does a chunibyo patient like you rate a girlfriend? It's not right, man.
ルカちゃんとのデートはどうだった
How'd your date with Luka-chan go?
まあなんとかステージクリアしたかも。
Well, stage clear somehow. Probably. Probably not, actually.
ねえねえあさってのコミマルカちゃんとオカリンでコスプレカップルとして出てみようって思ったりしないかな
Komima is the day after tomorrow, you know? What if you and Luka-chan go as a cosplay couple?
オカリンからもね彼氏としてルカちゃんを説得してほしいな
Yo, JT, thanks for the 5 gifted subs, dude. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Congratulations to those that got a gifted sub. Hope you enjoy it. Make sure you thank JT if you happen to be here.
Maybe you can persuade her to go, now that you're her boyfriend.
マユシーがどれだけお願いしてもねちっとも OK してくれないんだよコスプレ
For research purposes, anyone know what game Daru's playing? Of course, Sashenka wants to know. You should know, Sashenka. He's basically you. Like, just channel your own inner Daru thoughts, and I'm sure you can find the game.
She never says yes to me, and I've asked her so many times too.
でもラブラブなオカリンからお願いされたらねきっとコロって OK すると思うんだ
But if Okarin asks her, then I'm sure she'll say okay.
No, you don't think so?
断る。
I refuse.
なんで
Why?
Because Komima is on the 15th. Mayuri is fated to die that night. How am I supposed to spend the hours before her death cosplaying at Komima?
正直なところ、デートの面白さがさっぱり理解できない。
To be honest, I don't get this dating thing.
ゲーオカリンてめえそれは世の中の童貞諸君を敵に回す発言だぞ謝れ童貞に謝れ
Oh, Karin, you idiot! Those words are an insult to virgins the world over! Apologize! Apologize to the virgins!
だって考えてみろ。相手にひたすら気を使い、気まずい中で二人で歩き回って食事をして帰る。
Just think about it. All you do is walk, eat, and go home. And the whole time you have to worry about what your partner is thinking.
どうだ？面白い要素があるか？
What's fun about that?
オカリン、そんなこと言うとね、ルカちゃんが悲しむよ。Don't say that, Okarin. You'll make Luka-chan sad. 好きな人と一緒にいるだけでね。
Oh no, Lopar.
幸せなんだよ。満足なんだよ。You know, just being with the person she likes is enough to make a girl happy. That's all she really needs. 男の子はそうじゃないのかな。Doesn't being together make boys happy too? だとしたら、マユシーは寂しいです。If not, that makes Mayuri sad.
Why would that make Mayuri sad?
オカリンがマイノリティなんだよ。つうか、デートって言えばエロイベントたくさんあんだろう。
Excuse me? Okarin's the minority. I mean, dates are a great opportunity. I don't know what H scenes are, but for H scenes, I have a bad feeling about. Like H as in H is for. You're an idiot.
何言ってんだよ。手をつなぐとかマジエロくね。腕を組んでおっぱいを肘に当ててんのよ状態とかエロすぎっしょ。
I'm hugs, right? Yeah, hugs, right? Holding H is for holding hands and hugs. Hope. Come on! Holding hands and stuff's pretty H, isn't it? And when you're arm in arm and her boob hits your elbow, that's like super mega H.
そしてデートの終わりにはキスして締めだろ。チキショー、リア充のバカ。
And then at the end of the date you kiss, right? Damn you! Death to normals!
エロゲーのやりすぎだ。
You play too much eroge.
ねえねえ、ルカちゃんはいつからオカリンのことを好きだったのかな。
You just had to go and say it, did you, Proud?
Hey, when did Luka-chan fall for Okarin?
いつからって、それは。
When? Well.
とてもびっくりしましたけど、でも岡部さんがあの時言ってくれたそんなことはどうでもいいっていう言葉はすごく嬉しかったんです。
Wow, I was really surprised when you said it didn't matter, but at the same time, it really made me happy.
その言葉があったから。
Ever since you said those words,
だから好きになったんです。
I've liked you.
Something still feels off about her story. I said that Luca's gender didn't matter.
そうだ。そうだよ。変だ。
Right. That doesn't make sense. Oh, yeah! That doesn't make sense! Now I know it feels out of place. It wouldn't have mattered whether he was a guy or a girl, so changing their gender shouldn't make a difference in the past, right? I wouldn't have said that to a female Lukaku. So why does this Lukaku remember what I said back then? Oh! He's just remembering. But also what I'm saying has a point, no?
思い出したにゃ。I remember にゃ。フェイリスが叶えたにゃは The wish fairies made. 10年前に死んだパパを生き返らせることにゃ was to save Papa who died 10 years ago にゃ。
VODs regained her memories from before she sent the D-mail. Could Lukako too have remembered the previous world line where she was a guy? However, she remembers that event and she said she liked me for it. So, did Lukako like me even when she was a guy? I think I need to check this out. What does it mean? The next morning, I head to the shrine to meet with Lukako.
Good morning.
まあ、うん。
Morning.
今日はそのどこへ
Where are we going today?
それより、ルカ子。
Before that.
はい
Yes?
お前には男だった頃の記憶が残っていないか？
Do you have any memories of when you were a guy?
そんなことありません
No, I don't.
本当に？
Really? Lukako just nods stiffly. Mayuri's life hangs in the balance, so I'm sure no matter what I say, she'll turn back. Or is it naive of me to think that? Either way, even though I'm doing this to save Mayuri, I can't just trample on Lukako's pure maidenly heart. Same outfit on the second date! Bold move. Neither one of us speaks. Luka is the first to break the suffocating silence.
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry.
今日のデート中止にしましょう
Let's cancel today's date.
I hurt her. I feel guilty, but at the same time relieved. I hate myself for it. I'm confused. Instead of returning to the lab, I stand on the bridge in front of the station and gaze blankly at the stream of people. Right now, I don't want to see anybody. I need to think. But try as I might, no ideas come, no solutions. I've done nothing but make Lukako sad. Tomorrow is the end. But I'm not confident I can show Lukako a fun time. The next morning, after Mayuri and Daru have left for Ariake, I head to the shrine to pick up Lukako. We hop the train at Akiba Station. When she looks askance at me, I tell her we're going to see Mayuri. Today it won't just be the two of us. When we get off the train at Tokyo Big Sight, Lukako stares in wonder at the scene spread before her. People, people, people. Zing! Oh, thanks for the 25 months. I feel like we just had this alert the other day, but hello again. How's it going? Hope you're having a good day. Welcome to Komima, the Otaku Festival. It's the first day, so Big Sight's more crowded than usual. Oh, okay, you were late on the 24th month. Hey, it's all good. Conversation will flow and I'll be off the hook. Of course, bringing a date to Komima is a surefire way to earn myself a hatred of otaku everywhere. But no matter, I'll endure their content if that's what it takes to make Lukako happy. So resolved, I strike out through the crowd towards our designated rendezvous point. Lukako, clearly overwhelmed by the sheer number of people, struggles to follow behind. I'm not sure what's happening right now.
Okari! Luka-chan! Okari! Luka-chan! Komima ni yokoso, Luka-chan! Welcome to Komima, Luka-chan!
初めて来たけどすごいね
Yeah, it's my first time coming here, but it's amazing.
Hi, Jose.
Take it easy.
We walked around together for a while after meeting up with Mayuri, but after she left us, our conversation stopped.
In the end, Lukaku and I got fed up with the amount of people and left Ariake early. Sounds like me. We took the direct shuttle bus to Akiba that only runs during Komima, but it was so cramped inside I thought I was gonna die. Man, what is happening right now? By the time we get back to Akiba, Lukaku and I are exhausted. My feet feel like blocks of lead and I don't have the energy to even attempt conversation. Lukaku doesn't raise a single complaint, but taking her to Komima was obviously a mistake. Lukaku's expression has been stiff ever since we met up with Mayuri. Maybe she's still traumatized by otaku. I think back to the first time I met Lukaku. Even back then, otaku were harassing her. Maybe they left a bad impression. Yeah, this isn't good date music, I'm afraid. We don't talk. When we arrive at the shrine, our time as a couple will end. So this is our last chance to talk as boyfriend and girlfriend. And they having a fight or something. But I'm confused. What should I talk about? This is kind of sad and scary. I don't know what's happening. This music is making me anxious. Silence dominates the shrine. The silence should be calming, but it's not. Today is the day Mayuri dies. Oh, maybe that's why Lukaku's been sad? Because she knows that Mayuri's gonna die? Maybe today? I don't even know. She only has about 2 hours left. And that Lukaku has to, like, change herself. So... the temporary relationship between me and Lukaku ends here. Now I just need Lukaku to give me her mother's pager number. However, in the end, what have I done for Lukaku? All I've done is hurt her. Thank you very much.
Huh?
Hmm? I was really happy. That we could be together. That's a lie. I'm glad I fell in love with you. That has to be a lie. It's so warm and so thin. This is the first time that I've held her hand. The first time that her skin has touched mine since I became her boyfriend. And it will be the last. Bye now. Oh my god, the ASMR breathing. Probably her mother's pager number. She kept her promise. What if it wasn't, though? But I can't let it end like this. I need to do this right. Oh, what's he gonna do? I run full speed back to the lab, ignoring Kurisu's calls to stop. I slap on the headgear and leap to the past. He went back in time the same day? I see Luka off at the station, and after going home to change into my regular clothes, head back to Yanabayashi Shrine. A place devoid of visitors, where an aura of peace and dignity dominates, where the cries of cicadas resound. Lukaku's home. ASMR breathing. She might cry at any moment.
これで恋人関係は終わりっていうことですよね。
This means our relationship is over, doesn't it?
何を勘違いしている
What are you talking about?
俺たちの恋人関係はまだ終了してないぜ
Our couple phase isn't over yet. I strike a pose and mimic a line from a popular card battling anime. Until I witnessed Mayuri's death, this was how I acted all the time. Now it takes some effort, but I still have it in me.
でも
But
我が弟子よ
Now, my disciple,
今すぐ妖刀サミダレを持ってくるのだ
bring forth the demon sword Samidare. The wind blows. The tree growing over the main building rustles its leaves in response. Lukako looks at me blankly. Tears form in the corners of her eyes.
なんです
what?
なんですだ決まっているだろう精神残魔流の修行だ
Isn't it obvious? It's time to continue your training in the Seishin Zanma School of Swordmanship.
修行
Swordsmanship.
My training?
この2ヶ月近く俺たち2人でやってきた修行を忘れたのか
Have you already forgotten what I taught you?
でも岡部さ
No, but Okuba.
今日まだ
It's Kyoma.
我が名を忘れたのか
Have you forgotten my true name, Lukako?
俺は狂気のマッドサイエンティスト法院京馬だ
I am the insane mad scientist, Hoin Kyoma.
男だとか女だとかそういうところで俺は混乱してルカ子との距離をうまくつかめずにいた
I was so caught up in the question of your gender that I lost sight of our true relationship.
だが俺とルカ子の関係は初めから決まっていたんだそのことにようやく気づいたのだ
But now I've finally realized the truth. Our relationship was decided from the very beginning.
決まっていたって何がですか
Decided? How?
俺は男でお前は女で俺たちは今日までの仮初めの恋人
I may be a man, and you may be a woman, but our temporary relationship as a couple. I take a deep breath.
そんなことはどうでもいい
Matters not!
俺は俺でありルカ子はルカ子であり
I am I. Lukako is Lukako.
ルカ子は俺の弟子だ
And Lukako is my disciple.
そうです
I don't know where he's going with this, but maybe it's to like lighten the mood, you know?
京馬さんは
Send off on like a lighthearted note.
僕の師匠です
Yes, of course. Okabe, I mean, Kyoma-san is my master.
よく言ったさあルカ子よサミダレを持ってくるのだ
Well said! Now, Lukako, bring forth Samidare.
At once.
待っててくださいねすぐ取ってきますからここにいてくださいね
Just a moment. I'll be right back. Please stay here, okay?
どこにも行かないさだから早く行くんだ
I'm not going anywhere, so hurry. Lukako reluctantly lets go of my hand, shyly turns away from me, and heads to the shrine office. And the training begins. It's nothing impressive, though. It's purely based on my Chunibyo delusions. I did almost all the talking. But Lukako listens to my rambling with rapt attention.
Occasionally, we take a break, sit on the shrine stairway, and eat the sweet rice balls Lukako's mother brings us. That's how we spent our extraordinarily ordinary time together. So I think they did this instead of going to Komima, which is really cute, actually. It's really cute in its own, like, way.
よし、今日はここまで。
Alright, that's it for today.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you.
ちょっとだけ強くなれた気がします。
I think I got a little stronger.
謙遜しなくていい。今日、お前は精神三魔流奥義の一つ、32式さくらんぼを得得した。
No need for humility. Today you mastered one of the Seishin Zanma style secrets. Type 32, Cherry Bomb.
だが過信はするな。お前はまだまだ弱いんだから。
It's like perfect for the two of them, you know? But don't get cocky, for you are still weak.
はい、もっともっと京馬さんに教えてもらいたいです。
Yes, sir. I want to learn even more from you. The breeze feels nice after the sweat we worked up.
久しぶりに京馬さんのお話聞けた気がします。
I feel like it's been a long time since you last taught me, Kyoma-san. It's their, like, quality time.
俺の意識はマニュアルという恐ろしき封印術式により不安定な状態だったのだ。
For the past few days, my mind has been under the dreaded influence of the foul grimoire known as the Manual.
だがもう完全復活した。心配かけた。
But I've fully recovered. Do not worry.
よかった。いつもの京馬さんが戻ってきてくれて。
Thank goodness. You're back to your old self.
昨日僕に聞きましたよね。男だった時の記憶が残っているかって。
Yesterday, you asked me if I had any memories from when I was a guy. Oh. Oh, yeah. What a very Okabe date, very much so.
僕覚えているんです。
I do remember. She lied! No surprise. I expected she'd remember after what I experienced with Fades.
覚えているというか、なんて言ったらいいのか。
I remember, or actually, how should I say it?
とても儚い感じ。
It's a very transient feeling.
儚い。
Transient?
はっきり思い出したわけじゃなくて、記憶の海の底の方というか、頭の
I can't clearly remember it, but at the bottom of my sea of memories, well, in my head,
この辺にあるような感じです。
it feels like it's around here somewhere. I don't really get it.
とにかく覚えているんだな。
Anyway, you remember?
すみません。昨日は嘘をついちゃいました。
I'm sorry I lied yesterday.
気にするな。この俺、法院京馬を欺いたのだから大したものだ。
Don't worry about it. You should be proud to have fooled the great Hoenn Kyoma.
そのおかげでお母さんのポケベルの番号も僕聞かなくても知っているんです。
So because I remembered, I knew Mom's pager number without having to ask.
今日
Wow.
はどんな結果になってもこれを渡すつもりでした。
I was going to give you this no matter how things turned out today.
それからもう一つ。
And one more thing. One more thing?
記憶のことと関係しているかどうかわからないんですけど。
I don't know if it's related to my memories, but
古いパソコンのありかについて。
it's about that old computer. Oh? Oh?
IBN 5100のことか。
The IBN 5100? Are we getting closer?
はい。多分そうだと思います。
Yes, I think so. Plus, Luca's dad confirmed that it was here at the shrine. And then one day it suddenly disappeared. Does Lukaku know where it is now?
それが事実なら、ルカ子、お前は男に戻らなくても済むかもしれない。
If that's true, Lukaku, then you might not have to turn back into a guy.
それは
Thank you, Stunzi.
無理だと思います。
I don't think it's that easy.
なんで？
But why not?
ついてきてください。案内します。
Please come with me. I'll show you. Lukaku took me to the coin lockers near Daibiru. She told me that she'd taken the IBN 5100 from the storehouse and hidden it here. The story goes that Lukaku accidentally broke the IBN 5100 while cleaning up the storehouse. She only brought it to the lockers because she feared getting in trouble. Strangely enough, Lukaku said that it felt like two distinct memories had intertwined with each other. The first is the memory of her breaking the IBN 5100. The other is a vague memory of herself as a boy. In that memory, she was cleaning the shrine's main hall rather than the storehouse, so she didn't even touch the IBN 5100. Curious. I'd heard that if an item was left inside a coin locker for more than a month, management will dispose of it. When Lukaku pointed me towards the locker in question, that proved to be true. The locker was empty. Oh no! As a result, the IBN 5100 will never reach me. Is this the butterfly
やっぱり
effect?
僕が男に戻るしか方法はないみたいです。
So there's no choice. I have to go back to being a guy. There's no longer any doubt in her eyes. There's no choice. She knows it as well as I. Dang.
今度こそお別れですね。
So this is goodbye.
ああ。
Yeah.
京馬さんと修行ができて本当に良かったです。
I'm really happy that I could train with you again. I can tell she's desperately holding back her tears. But those tears hold a different meaning than the ones I saw before I time leaped. At least I'd like to think so. Oh.
俺はお前に恋人らしいことは何もしてやれなかったな。
I didn't really do anything boyfriend-like for you, did I?
そんなことはどうでもいいですよ。
That doesn't matter.
そうだった。
Yeah, you're right.
まゆりちゃんのこと助けてあげてください。
Please, save Mayuri-chan.
まゆりちゃんは僕にとっても大事なお友達ですから。
Mayuri-chan is really important to me.
ルカ子。
To Hugh her? Lukaku.
もう行ってください。でないと僕泣いちゃいそうで。
Please go already. If you don't, I might cry.
だからお願いします。
So please.
今日までありがとうございました。
Thank you for everything.
こういう時は例の合言葉ですよね。
This is when I use that phrase, right?
エルサイコンガリー。
エルサイコンガリー。
コングルーだ。
It's kangaroo.
エルサイコングルーです。
エルサイコングルー。
I turn back to the archway at the shrine's entrance. My feet are heavy. They won't advance. Then I take out my phone.
もしもし岡部。
Okabe?
クリスティーナ、今から言う番号を電話レンジカッコ仮に入力してくれ。
Christina, I need you to enter a number into the phone wave name subject to change.
何よ。どういうことか説明して。
What? Explain yourself.
いいから頼む。これから D メールを送る。
Please, just do it. I'm sending a D-mail.
番号は
The number is... I tell her Lukako's mother's pager number with another string of numbers attached. Okay, all the numbers. Meat, meat, veg, veg, meat, meat, veg, veg. When she sees this, Lukako's mother will probably think it's a prank. And then she'll assume the D-mail we sent earlier was also a prank. If that still doesn't change the world line, we can just try something else. Pagers back then didn't display the sender's number. Lukako's mother won't know who sent it. I already told Kurisu the timer setting. I know they're just not gonna tell us. Everything's ready. Now I just need to call the phone wave name subject to change. Then the world line will change. Her memories will disappear. My Yuri won't die today. However, I hesitate to open my address book. Okay, I need to make sure I don't miss it this time. My thoughts turn to Lukako, who is probably still watching me from behind. Oh crap, should I save here? I should probably save here, actually. Right? Make a save file? I think I save it here? Right? Or is it this one? I think it's this one. I think I make a new save. If I'm not mistaken. Because then we continue this one, and this one I can go make the other choice. I think. I hope. Oh my god. Ah, no. Back. Yeah, okay. Okay, we're good. Alright. My thoughts turn to Lukako, who's probably still watching me from behind. Okay. If I turn around, what will I see on her face? I want to check, but I don't think she'd want that. This time I'm about to sacrifice Lukako's memories. Even so. Is it okay to turn Lukako back into a guy? I've sacrificed the memories of 2 friends already.
本当は戻りたくないです。
I really don't want to change back.
Her words are like needles stabbing into my heart.
だって
Because
男に戻ったら岡部さんへのこの気持ち封印しなくちゃいけないから。
if I change back into a guy, I'll have to hide my feelings for you.
男なのに岡部さんのこと好きでいちゃいけないと思うから。
It would be wrong for me to love you, even if I'm a guy.
I have nothing against homosexuals.
それに今日の記憶も消えちゃうんですよね。
My memories of today will vanish too, won't they?
手をつないで一緒に歩いたこと
that we held hands and walked together.
久しぶりに二人で修行をしたことも
That we trained together after such a long
そ
time.
して今岡部さんの体に触れていることも
That I'm touching Okabe-san's body right now.
忘れたくない僕忘れたくないです
I don't want to forget. I don't.
好きだから岡部さんのこと好きだから
Because I love you. I love you, Okabe-san.
まゆりちゃんを助けたい気持ちは僕にもあるからしょうがないって理性では理解できていても
Man, I want to save my Yuri-chan too. And I understand there's no other way, but
やっぱり辛いです
it still hurts.
せめて今日の記憶だけは残しておきたかったです
At the very least, I want to keep my memories of today.
こんなに辛い気持ちを味わうって知ってたなら
If I'd known it would hurt this much.
女の子になりたいなんて願うんじゃなかった
Then I never would have wished to become a girl in the first place.
ルカ子
Lukaku.
すみませんそんなことはどうでもいいの気持ちですよね
I'm sorry. I know that doesn't matter to you, right?
お前が男に戻っても俺にとってルカ子はルカ子だそれは変わらない
Even as a guy, you're still Lukaku to me. That won't change.
はいそう言ってもらえて嬉しいです
Yes, it makes me happy to hear you say that.
岡部さんメール送ってください
Okabe-san, please send the email.
お願いします早く送って
Please, send it quickly.
これ以上岡部さんのぬくもりを感じていたら僕
If you let me feel your warmth any longer,
もっと嫌なこと言っちゃいそうだから
I might say even worse things.
もう気持ちを我慢できなくなっちゃうから
I can't hold back my feelings anymore.
だが
Lukaku, can I do this? Is this really okay?
岡部さんお願い
Okabe-san, please. I'm about to sacrifice someone again. Is it my place to make that decision? I'm
僕
sorry.
のこと
Call, right?
覚えていてくれますか
Will you remember me? We're making the call, right? Calling is to go next?
はあ
Yes. Call.
女
Okay.
の子だった 僕のこと覚えていてくれますか？
Will you remember me as a girl? Yes. If I make the call.
たった4日間だけ恋人だった僕のこと
I'm like pressing it so much to make sure it goes. Will you? Oh my gosh.
くれますか？
Will you remember these 4 short days we were together? Yes.
ありがとう岡部さん
Thank you, Okabe-san.
さようなら僕の好きな人
Farewell, my love. Sad. Dude, I ain't missing it again. If I miss it again, I'd be omega pissed with myself. Oh, wait, we are on chapter 9. Oh, shit. Okay, for some reason I thought we were on chapter 6. I'm still on the shrine grounds. But I no longer feel her arms around me. Oh. My chest feels like it's about to burst. I hold it back.
なあ、ルカ子。
Hey, Lukaku.
はい
Yes?
お前は
You're... I hesitate for a moment, but I have to know.
男だよな。
You're a guy, right?
はいそうですけど
Yes? She is gone. He has returned.
お前は俺のこと好きか？
Do you like me? Instead of redoing each instance separately, why can't he just send a D-mail to himself in the past and tell himself not to let anyone use it? I'm not sure. Maybe because so many things happened, like they have to undo them in order to... I don't know. Maybe because... I don't know. That's a very good question.
いきなり何を
What? I don't understand.
好きか？
Do you like me?
その尊敬してます
I respect you. He respects me? I don't deserve his respect. But that's not what matters now. Lukaku's answer seemed clear, but wasn't. He didn't answer the question.
男に戻った
Yeah, maybe hijinks. I'm not sure,
岡
honestly.
部さんへのこの気持ち
It's a good question, though.
封印しなくちゃいけないから
If I change back into a guy, I'll have to hide my feelings for you. Lukaku might still like me, even though he's a guy again. However, he'll never speak honestly about those feelings.
ありがとう。お前にはこれからもずっと俺の弟子でいてほしい。それでいいか？
Thanks. You are my disciple now and forever. Agreed?
はいもちろんです
Yes, of course I am. The world line has changed. Lukaku is a guy again. Which means the IBN 5100 should be here at the shrine. On the previous world line, girl Lukaku broke the IBN 5100 while cleaning the storehouse. But guy Lukaku didn't clean the storehouse. He never broke the IBN 5100.
ルカ子、お前は去年この神社の倉庫で古いパソコンを壊した覚えがあるか？
Hey, yo, does that mean we're about to get the IBN 5100? Lukaku, do you remember breaking an old computer in the shrine storehouse last year?
古いパソコンですか そんなものうちにはなかった気がしますけど。
An old computer? No, I don't remember anything like that.
僕パソコンはよくわからなくてろくに触ったこともないんです。
I don't really understand computers. I haven't played with them much. When Lukaku was a girl, she trembled when I asked her the same question. But he's not trembling now. Lukaku honestly doesn't know.
父上に会わせてくれ。
Go get your father for me. I asked Lukaku to fetch his father for me so I can ask him whether or not the IBM 5100 was in the storehouse.
古いパソコン？確かにそんな記憶がありますね。
An old computer? Yes, I do remember.
見てきましょう。ちょっと待っていてください。
I'll go check. Please wait a moment. Maybe Dara wouldn't know how to fix that old technology because it's like really old. I don't know. He heads into the storeroom out back, just like on the previous world line. No, you're good, Tears. But on the previous world line, the IBM 5100 was no longer in the storehouse since girl Lukaku had secretly moved it. How will it turn out this time?
見つかりません。なくなっています。
It's gone. I couldn't find it anywhere.
倉庫の鍵が壊されていました。何者かが持ち去ったかもしれません。
The lock to the storehouse was broken. Someone may have stolen it.
持ち去った？
Stolen it? Oh boy! It didn't disappear? A thief took it?
重いものを引きずったような跡がありました。年末に大掃除をした時にはあんな跡はありませんでしたし、鍵も1ヶ月ほど前にたまたま確認した時は壊されていませんでした。
There's evidence someone dragged something heavy away. That wasn't there at the end of the year cleaning, and the lock wasn't broken when I checked last month.
まさか泥棒に入られるとは。
I never expected a thief would break in.
じゃあ警察に届けないと。
Then shouldn't we report it to the police?
倉庫にないと意味がないんだ。
This isn't going to work. The IBM 5100 is still out of reach. There are 2 D-mails left to cancel. Something tells me that if I cancel just one more, I can get back the IBM 5100. Okay, but which one? We have the lottery,
なんだかよくわからないです
which I don't even know if that's actually one of them, but we have the cell phone for Moeka.
Okabe-san, I don't really understand, but please don't be sad.
そんなことどうでもいいの精神ですよ。
Just go, it matters not, like you always do.
その言葉。
Shining
使い方が間違って
finger.
いるぞ。
You're using that phrase wrong, you know? Alright. 2 D-mails remain. Only 2 remain. First, the one I sent to myself with the winning Lotto 6 numbers. That one should be easy to cancel. The problem is the other one, the one sent by someone I wish I could forget. Because the person who sent that D-mail is Kiryu Moeka. I know the gist of her D-mail since she sent it as part of our early experiments. Moeka ended up sending a D-mail to prevent herself from buying a new phone a few days prior. The D-mail was sent to July 31st, an easy date to remember. The question is how it relates to the theft of the IBM 5100. Kiryu Moeka does not deserve my sympathy. That woman and her men have killed Mayuri more times than I can bear to remember. I will show her no mercy. There's just one problem. The cancellation D-mail needs to be sent from Moeka's own phone. I need her phone, but I don't know where to find her. Oh boy.
明日もあるの？
Is there more tomorrow?
明日だけじゃなくて明後日もあるの。
Yeah, and the day after too. Mayuri, who had returned from Komima a mere 30 minutes ago, was preparing cup noodles for dinner and telling Kurisu, who'd stayed at the lab, all about her otaku adventures. It's already past 8. Nothing is happening. Mayuri is still alive. Perhaps her death has been postponed until tomorrow. Is this the will of some higher being? God, fate, the universe itself? Or is it merely coincidence? Mayuri tells me that she'll go home as soon as she's done eating since she has to be up bright and early tomorrow. She must have woken up early today if she managed to swing by the lab before heading to Ariake from Komima. It sounds like she plans to repeat the process tomorrow too.
ねえねえ、クリスちゃんやオカリンはコミマ行かないの？ Hey guys, why don't you come too?
俺はパスだが助手が行きたいそうだ。
I'll pass, but my assistant looks like she wants to go.
はあ
What?
ちょっと岡部、何勝手に捏造してんのよ。
Hey, don't put words in my mouth.
さっきまで興味津々な様子でマユリのコスプレ話を聞いていたではないか。
I saw your eyes sparkling while you listened to Mayuri's cosplay stories.
そうだけど、誰も行くとは言ってない。
Maybe, but nobody said anything about going.
行こうよ、クリスちゃん。
Come on, Kuris-chan. I know that Kurisu is an at-channeler, but is she an otaku?
お断りよ。人が多すぎて息が詰まりそう。
No way. I'd suffocate in a crowd like that.
今日と比べるとね、2日目はそんなに多くないよ。午後から来れば快適そのものなんだから。人気のある同人誌なんかは売り切れちゃうけどね。It's not as crowded on day 2. If you're worried, come in the afternoon. All the popular stuff will be sold out though.
岡部がついてきなさいよ。あんた、マユリの保護者でしょ？
You go, Okabe. You're Mayuri's guardian, aren't you?
違うよ。マユシーはね、オカリンの人質。No, Mayushi is Okarin's hostage.
ああ、はいはい。そうだったな。
Alright, that's what it was.
人質に逃げられちゃまずいでしょ。手錠でもかけて同行すれば？
Well, you don't want your hostage to escape, do you? Shouldn't you take her along in handcuffs or something?
俺にはこの秋葉でやらなければならないことがある。
I've got business in Akiba.
何よ、やらなきゃならないことって。
I don't think he is her guardian. I think they're just friends. Well, I don't know. I guess maybe he could count as her guardian. I'm not sure. What do you mean, business? Oh boy. The search for Kiryu Moeka. I already sent her an email. We need to talk, and now I'm awaiting her reply. Something tells me it's not going to work.
無言
Oh, yeah,
ってことは単に行きたくないだけか。
No answer? I guess it was just an excuse.
クリスティーナ、話がある。
Christina, we need to talk. Ruh-roh.
また？
Again? Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
というわけで、クリスティーナ。
So, Christina.
コミマに行くつもりはないから。
I'm not going to Komima.
お前さっき、またと言ったな。ここでこうして1対1での相談を何度もしている。ということで間違いないか。
You said again just now. We've talked like this before, just the two of us?
ついに記憶に錯乱が見られるようになったか。狂気のマッドサイエンティストさんはアセチルコリンが減少してるんじゃない？
Losing your memory now? Does our little mad scientist have an acetylcholine deficiency?
I don't know how to say that word.
真面目に答えろ。
I'm being serious.
あんたなんか変よ。
You're acting weird today. What's going on?
頼む。答えてくれ。
Please, I need to know.
答えるも何も岡部がさっき言った通りよ。もう 4,5 回くらいこうして外に出て2人でタイムリープマシンをどうするかについて話してる。
I mean, yeah, this is like the 5th time you've brought me outside to talk about the time leap machine.
俺がタイムリープしていることについては。
Have we talked about my time leaping?
してるの？
You're time leaping? No wonder he's freaking depressed, guys. More than a dozen times already.
そんなに？何勝手な真似してんのよ。
That many? What the hell are you doing? So far, I've changed world lines a total of 3 times. Let's call the first world line where Mayuri died Alpha 1. The world line where Feris and I fought the viral attackers is Alpha 2. The world line where I dated girl Lukako is Alpha 3. And now I'm on Alpha 4. From my perspective, Alpha 1, Alpha 2, and Alpha 3 were undone by my D-mails. But for Kurisu and everyone else on Alpha 4, those world lines were nothing but separate, intangible possibilities to begin with. I don't know if we've seen the number yet, United. I guess I have to explain everything again. I sigh heavily, then begin.
おおむね把握した。
I think I get it.
あんまり無茶しないで。
Don't wear yourself out.
助手に励まされるとは屈辱だな。
It's a disgrace to be comforted by my assistant.
なんで屈辱なのよ。せっかく優しくしてやったのに。ほんといちいち偉そうだな。
Why are you always like that? I'm even trying to be nice. You're really full of yourself, you know?
同情などいらない。すべては俺の軽率な行動が起こしたことだ。自業自得なんだ。
I don't need your sympathy. Everything that happened is my fault. I'm just getting what I deserve.
岡部。
Okabe,
俺の心配よりマユリの心配をしてくれ。
don't worry about me. Worry about Mayuri.
おそらくマユリは明日死ぬ。どんな死に方かはわからない。
Mayuri will probably die tomorrow. I don't know how it will happen. If Mayuri stays away from the lab, she can probably avoid running into Moeka and her men. It doesn't matter though. She'll die all the same. All Alpha world lines converge on her death. Escaping the attractor field is the only way to save her.
お前には悪いと思うが、明日マユリの死を見届けてほしい。
Sorry about this, but I want you to be there when she dies tomorrow night.
だからコミマに行けって言ったのか。
That's why you want me to go to Komima? That's harsh.
死は回避できない。抵抗は無駄だ。
Oh, I feel like I'd be so freaking out the entire day, dude. There's nothing we can do to prevent her death. Just stay close and tell me when it happens.
お前からの連絡が来たらタイムリープする。
Once I know, I'll make the time leap.
マユリが死ぬのが分かっていながら何もできないなんて。
I can't believe there's nothing we can do.
全然実感が湧かないけど事実なんでしょうね。あんたの目を見ればわかる。
It just doesn't feel real. But it's the truth, isn't it? I can see it in your eyes.
大丈夫？
Are you okay?
大丈夫じゃない。マユリを助けるためにはまだ。
No. I still haven't saved my year.
マユリのこともそうだけど。
I know. That's not what I meant.
私が聞いたのはあんたのこと。
Are you okay?
俺がどうしたって。
Hi, Robbie. I don't follow.
Thank you, I'm so glad that you are.
気負いすぎないで。
You're carrying an awful burden.
言っただろう。俺の心配より、マユリの心配をしろと。
I told you not to worry about me. It's Mayuri you need to worry about.
俺は明日、桐生萌香を探す。
Tomorrow, I'm going to look for Moeka. If Mayuri doesn't die tomorrow, I can postpone the time leap. If Mayuri does die tomorrow, I'll return to the past no matter what. Snooty, thanks for the raid. I appreciate
できれ
it.
ば、マユリに痛い思いをさせたくないがな。
I wish there were some way that Mayuri wouldn't have to suffer.
だったら今からタイムリープしちゃえばいい。
Then why don't you time leap now?
この世界線において、いつがデッドラインなのか。それを見極めておかないと、計画をうまく立てられないだろう。
I can't plan effectively without knowing the deadline.
こんなこと言うとなんだけど、私はマユリが死ぬところなんて見たくない。
I don't want to see Mayuri die either, you know?
気持ちはわかるが、頼めるのはお前しかいない。
I know how you feel, but you're the only one I can ask.
随分信用された。
Define ruining. Where did all this trust come from?
何しろお前は俺の助手だからな。
Excuse me. You're my assistant after all.
偉そうに。
You're so full of yourself. We have our plan. Kurisu will go to her first komima. Mayuri will be so delighted when I tell her the news. Do you think that every time he time leaps, the others do also, and that they are living their own timeline with all the memories of what happened? No. The only person that remembers anything ever is Okabe. I haven't seen Mayuri all day. Oh no, like... I want to be with her, of course, but that's not possible. Moeka hasn't replied, which means I have to find her myself. Guess I'll have to find her myself. Okay. My only clue is Arc Rewrite, the company Moeka supposedly worked at. I remember Moeka telling me that she works there part-time. I find it after a quick search online. Sure enough, their business is producing articles for PC magazines. Luckily, their office is in Akiba. After checking the time, I call their office to ask for information. Someone on the other end picks up. I quickly assume the guise of a family member and ask for Moeka's contact info. However, he gives me an unexpected answer. We don't have an employee by that name.
いない?
You don't?
いや待った。確か2日だけ来て音信不通になったバイトの名前だな。そいつが桐生って名前だったよな。
Wait a second. There was a girl who worked here just 2 days before disappearing. I think her name might have been Kiryu.
まだ履歴書残ってたかな。
We might still have her resume.
I frantically beg him to look for it. Though reluctant at first, he finally acquiesces? Agrees? Keep dropping. Oh no. My Hello Kitty Gundam. Sorry. What if some of our dreams are just small memories from alternate timelines? Dude, if that's the case, I had a dream of an alternate timeline where I left my stream on for 46 hours, and I was like, what the fuck? Didn't even realize. Okay, hang on. Sorry. Okay. She's good. The address he gave me leads to a beat-up old apartment. Aqueous? I feel a strange unease as I approach the apartment. For some reason, there's a police car parked in front of the complex. No, it's because I forgot to turn off my stream in my dream. Like, I came back to my computer and it was like streaming for 46 hours. And I was like, what the fuck? An uninformed officer is standing out front. And one room on the second floor, room 202, Moeka's, has a blue sheet covering the door. What's going on here?
すいません。あそこの部屋の人は引っ越したんですか?
Excuse me, did the person who lives there move?
あ? 違うよ。
Huh? No.
じゃあ
Then,
君、関係者?
are you related?
知り合いです。
Okay, hang on. If he time leaps, others also time leap too, and that people are living another timeline. Like Kurisu remembers everything because when Okabe time leaps, the timeline that he time leap from just keeps on going with the events that happen. Like currently there will be a timeline where Lukaku is still a girl, and that timeline continues. Will all memories intact even after Okabe time leaps? I don't know if that makes sense. So the thing is, like, there might be different timelines, but they're just like they like the moment that Okabe is like reversing, like there might be all these different like things, but the moment he's reversing them, it just goes back. Like it didn't even happen. And Kurisu, it doesn't remember everything because he had to re-explain everything just now to her for like the 20th time since he's time leapt so many times. When she said, "Oh yeah, you've talked to me 5 times." No one gets my mind. I feel like I get what you're saying. It's just not the case. Cause like no one else is time leaping. Like I think you're trying to think that like because Okabe is going to different timelines that other people are also going to other timelines essentially with him. But they don't have any memories. Like what everybody is experiencing in the different timelines are just what they've lived up until that point. Central, hello? I knew her.
何も聞いてないの?
You haven't heard?
何が起きたんですか?
What happened?
自殺だよ.
Suicide. What? But why?
それはいつ?
When?
昨日だ.
Yesterday.
そんな.
No way.
ご遺体は近くの千代田第三病院に運ばれてるはずだから。身寄りが誰もいないみたいでね。困ってたんだ。会いに行ってやってくれないかな。
They took her to Chiyoda Third Central Hospital. Doesn't look like she had any relatives. We don't know who to notify. Will you go see the body? See ya. Moeka's dead? What in the world is going on here? Moeka, who killed Mayuri in cold blood, committed suicide? Or is this part of the conspiracy? Hi, the Dong! Could her own men have killed her, then made it look like a suicide? Each time I change world lines, Mayuri's death gets pushed back one day. So does Moeka's raid. It hasn't happened yet on this world line. So why did she die? This is the first time this has happened. What should I do? If Moeka is dead, maybe Mayuri doesn't have to die. No, I don't think Convergence is that kind. I just want this nightmare to end. How did all of this happen? A few weeks ago, death had no place in my life. I don't know how much longer I can go on. Just one more D-mail to cancel. If I can just get my hands on Moeka's phone...
Time leapだ.
Time leap. Moeka died yesterday, the 15th. I can go back to before that happened. Whether the woman that killed Mayuri committed suicide or was murdered doesn't matter to me. I just need to cancel that D-mail. Damn. Sorry, United. Electrical discharge? Someone is using the time leap machine? Who? I can't let this happen. The timeline mustn't be tampered with again. I need to stop it now. Dude, what? Dude, what? No, he didn't cancel his own D-mail yet. By the time I get there, the shaking has stopped. Nobody's there. The time leap machine is still faintly warm. So somebody did use it. Did they time leap? Who could have done it? I don't know. But now someone other than me has now used the time leap machine. This is unprecedented. As expected, the history's been erased. The same thing happens when we send a D-mail. There's nothing I can do about this. Besides, I need to deal with Moeka first. I put on the headgear. Preparations complete. Should I really leap now? Just a little more and I can save Mayuri once and for all. I know that what will happen if I don't leap now. Mayuri will die and I will taste that pain and despair once again. And then I will leap. It's the same either way. Yeah, they would still have to be there. It just copies their memories, so it doesn't like physically transport them. So what the hell just happened? Like if Okabe time leaps, he stays there in that timeline. So now like Okabe is sitting there, time leaped in that other timeline, and now he's in a different timeline with his memories of the one that just time leapt. Suddenly, the once empty room is full of familiar faces. Where is Moeka now? Should I try going to her apartment again? I'm afraid that if I do meet her face to face, I might not be able to control myself. That woman killed Mayuri. Hi, Toast! I've seen the blood drain from her body. If I see Moeka, will I be able to contain my rage? It doesn't matter. I can't run away. In order to save Mayuri, I must meet with Moeka. But they could change their path and not be there to time leap? Man, maybe? It's all confusing. Oh, wait, who did it? Who just time leapt? I head to Moeka's ratty apartment. There's no sign of the police this time. Moeka's suicide won't happen for another 4 days. He went that far? The lights aren't on inside. I'm starting to worry that she might not be home. I knock on her door and receive only silence in response. Hello? Anybody home? But when I try the doorknob, it's unlocked. I feel like I'd be so scared to just like walk into someone's apartment, dude. This could be a trap. Remember, we're not dealing with an ordinary person. Moeka is a rounder, an agent of CERN. If I die here, what will happen to Mayuri? Seriously, that's true. I don't even think of that. I'm scared. I need to be careful. I'm scared too. Hi, Valo. So I steel myself, open the door, and peek inside. Zero, thanks for the 25 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. It's good to have you here. The apartment is dark, too dark to see, but I feel someone's presence. I tried desperately to swallow the anger surging within me. Since the first time our lab was attacked, the first time Mayuri was murdered, I've tried to push all thoughts of this woman from my mind. But now, I have no choice. I can't accomplish my goal until I have the answers I need from her. I must obtain the IBN 5100 to escape the Alpha Attractor Field and rescue Mayuri.
桐生萌か。起きているか。
Can you hear me?
誰
Who?
FB
F
FB なの
FB? Is it you?
FB?
FB? I've heard that name before. If I'm not mistaken, that's her superior's code
な
name.
んで連絡くれないの私言われた通りにやったのに
Why won't you contact me? I did everything you told me to. She's still clinging to it, I see.
私の何がいけなかった直すよ直すから見捨てないで FB のためなら何でもする
Did I do something wrong? I'll fix it, I promise. Just don't abandon me. I'll do anything for you, FB.
返事をしてよ答えてよ
What's the content warning, Ino?
私に指示を出して
Is it like trigger warning?
命令して
Please answer me. Give me orders. I'll obey. Tell me what to do. Tell me. Tell me. Alright, just content potential trigger warning. Is it like the potential suicide trigger warning kind of thing? She's clearly mentally unstable. It's like she's a different person now. Is this another effect of the world line change?
おい、聞こえるか。おい。
Hey, can you hear me? Hey!
FB 連絡をちょうだいよ
FB, why won't you answer?
桐生萌か。おい、俺だ。岡部だ。
Kiryu Moeka! Hey! It's me! Okabe!
お前。
What the? What happened to Moeka? From what little I understand, it sounds like she's lost contact with her supervisor, FB. It doesn't matter. I don't care what happened to her. I'm here for one thing.
メールが
No mails.
メールが来ないの
No mails.
FB とかいうやつからか。
You mean from FB?
メールが
No mails. Damn it. We're not getting anywhere. Maybe I should take it from her by force. But what if she tries to kill me before I can send the D-mail? This is a gamble. In her current state, she might not have the strength to retaliate. On the other hand, if she does retaliate, there's not much I can do against someone with a gun. What should I do? Crap! That startled me. Could she have picked a worse time?
もしもし。
Hello?
今どこよ
Where are you?
悪いが取り込み中だ。
Sorry, I'm busy.
女なの
Is it a woman? You're with a woman, aren't you?
お前の発想は実にスイーツかっこ笑いだな。
Is that the first thing that comes to mind? You really are a mainstream girl. Basic ass bitch.
うるさいな
Shut up!
電話レンジの改良手伝うって約束したでしょよくそれでラボメンナンバー001を名乗れるな
You promised you'd help with the phone wave, remember? Or is your lab mem number just for show?
誰に頼んでくれ。今日はそれどころじゃない。
Get Daru to help. I can't do it today.
一体何してんのよそこどこ
What are you doing? Where are you?
桐生萌香のアパートにいる。
Kiryu Moeka's apartment.
やっぱり女か最低だな
So you are with a woman. Oh my god, I'm mixing up my voices. So you are with a woman. You're the worst. Has she not met Moeka on this world line? I gave Kurisu the usual spiel. As always, she hears me out without saying a word and then quickly comes to one conclusion.
強引に奪うしかないわね。
You have to take it from her by force.
過激だな。ハリウッド映画の見過ぎか。
You've seen too many Hollywood movies.
相手はセルンの関係者よ。遠慮してたらこっちがやられるかもしれない。
You're up against an agent of CERN. Play nice and you could end up dead. Hi, J Chosen.
迷ってる場合じゃないでしょ。それでマユリを救えるんだから。
Don't hesitate. Remember, you're doing this to save Mayuri.
あんたはヒョロヒョロで頼りなさそうだけど、さすがに今なら相対的に考えて勝てるはず。
I know you're pretty weak and scrawny, but you should be able to handle her in her current state.
こんなこと言うと人格疑われそうだけど、いや、あんたに人格疑われたってどうでもいいけど。
You might think I'm a monster for saying this. Not that I care what you think, but
殺してでも奪い取るべきよ。
kill her if you have to. My gosh!
お前の人格を疑った。
You're a monster.
だが偽善ぶらないところは好きだぞ、クリスティーナ。
What I love about... Oh my goodness. But you're not a hypocrite, and that's what I love about you, Christina. Love? What's the matter with her now?
事実を言ったまでだ。俺なんかよりもよっぽど潔い。
I mean it. I wish my conviction were as strong as yours.
どうも。
Well, thanks.
で、意図を聞かせてくれ。殺すこともやむなしと考える理由がお前の中にある。そうだろう。だからそういう結論に達したはずだ。
But that's not all, right? There's a reason you're willing to suggest murder as an option. How did you reach that conclusion?
よかった。それなりに冷静ね。
True. Good. You're still thinking.
あんたの話が本当か嘘かは定義できない。アトラクタフィールド理論っていう式を私はまだ完全には理解してないし。
I can't be certain whether your story is true, and I don't quite understand this attractor field hypothesis.
それでもあんたの説明をもとに考えると、
But based on what you told me,
キリュウって人が4日後に自殺するなら彼女には死亡フラグが立っているっていう推論が成り立つ。
if this Kiryu woman commits suicide 4 days from now, then that means her death flag is already active.
世界が彼女の死を承認したっていうところね。
In other words, this world line has approved her death.
因果が収束するなら、これまでの世界線では仮にあんたが彼女を殺そうとしても何らかの邪魔が入ってできなかったはず。
On previous world lines where that wasn't the case, you probably couldn't have killed her even if you tried. Something would have happened to prevent it.
あるいは殺した瞬間に世界線が大きく変わっていた。
Or possibly, killing her would have caused a dramatic shift in world line divergence.
でもこの世界線でだけ考えるなら彼女は近いうちに死ぬ。
But on this specific world line, her death is already certain.
あんたはこれまでに何度もマユリの死を見てきたからわかるはず。重要なのは死んだという結果だけであって過程はどうでもいいらしいってことね。
As you've experienced with Mayuri's death, the result is what matters, not the process.
それと同じでキリュウって人の死に方は問わないと思う。
I believe the same applies to Kiryu. It doesn't matter how she dies. Damn. Damn. In other words, I can kill her instead of letting her commit suicide?
死が決まっているから殺しても構わないか。まるで殺人犯ばりの論旨展開だな。
She's already going to die, so that makes it okay. That's the kind of argument a murderer would make.
偽善ぶるな。私は今人としての倫理を捨てて話してんのよ。岡部も付き合いなさい。
Don't be a hypocrite. We're not talking about right and wrong here, Okabe. Harai. She's as brutally logical as ever. But it actually feels nice to speak so frankly.
だが法律はどうする？世界がそれを許しても社会は許さない。
But what about the law? Even if fate forgives me, society won't.
タイムリープマシンがある限り、相手を殺しても時間を遡れば全てなかったことにできる。
As long as you have the time leap machine, you can undo anything, even murder.
岡部は誰も殺さずに必要な情報だけを入手したっていう結果だけが残るわけ。
The result will be that you gained the necessary information without killing anybody.
把握した。
I understand. I like how he's talking to Kuri. Is he still in Moika's apartment, dude?
全ては自己責任よ。
Phew. Just remember one thing. You're responsible for what you do.
これだけ好き
Bruh.
ってる私はかなり無責任だけど。
I guess that's quite a thing for me to say, huh? After telling you to kill her?
問題ない。実にマッドサイエンティスト的な意見だった。
It's fine. Your advice was truly becoming of a mad scientist.
さっさと片をつけなさい。じゃあね。
Get it done, Okabe. Bye. Bruh. She hangs up without another word. Strangely, I find Kurisu's harsh tone encouraging. Dude, the character development from episode 1 of Okabe until right now... He's a cold, stoned man now, dude. Moika's still sitting on the floor. He's just seen so much shit. Kill her if you have to, Kurisu said. Moika did the same to us. She doesn't deserve mercy. Even after I undo the murder, the memory of my crime will remain with me. That sin, that guilt, I'll have to carry that weight. I mustn't ever forget. That's what Kurisu meant when she spoke of responsibility. Murder is unforgivable no matter what the circumstance. Can you understand that, Kiryu Moika? I reach for Moika's phone. This time there's no hesitation. No! Moika resists.
携帯をよこせ。
Give me your phone!
でないと殺せ。
If you don't, I'll kill you. We're pushing and shoving at this point. Moika still persists and refuses to let go of the phone. This is getting me nowhere. Knowing my next move, I clench my fist. Damn! She wants her phone back. I don't care. I quickly shut the door behind me. The doorknob rattles as she tries to open it. I can finally save Mayuri. Moika's changes to the past will be cancelled. The world line will change. The IBN 5100 will come back to me. And then we'll hack into CERN. Mission complete.
はい、マキセ。
This is Makise.
D メールの設定を頼む。
Get ready for a D-mail.
変な音が聞こえるけど。
Okay, but what's that noise?
少しばかり修羅場中でな。
I'm having a little trouble here.
殺さなかったね。Good job.
So you didn't kill her. Good job. I tell her Moika's address.
入力完了。
It's ready.
マイルは
And Mayuri?
まだいる。
Still
ブ
here.
ラウン管工房で店長さんと話してる。42型ブラウン管をつけさせておくためにね。
She's still here. She's at the Brown Tube workshop trying to get the manager to turn on the CRT.
話してないだろうな。
You didn't tell her anything, did you?
あの子が死ぬこと言えるわけない。
About her death? Of course not.
まだ急だよ。
Good. Don't hang up yet. I put my phone down and resume typing into Moika's phone.
Model change. Do it now. B4 sold out. Moika's D-mail said don't change models. The desire for limited edition, hard-to-find products is hard-coded into Japanese DNA. Appealing to that instinct should work. The insistent pounding on the door grows louder. Okay, hang on. So she texts her past self so that she doesn't change her phone? I wonder why? My brain's not capable of thinking really hard right now. I can't believe how persistent she is. Is her phone really that important to her? But I've already won. All I have to do is send the D-mail. This will end my relationship with Moeka. It ends now. I mutter the words in my heart and press send. Yeah, I thought she wanted a new phone too. Reading Steiner didn't activate. What? Why? Why didn't the world line change? Did the phone wave Did the phone wave fail to function? Well? Did you send it? Yes. Did it work? The discharge is occurring as normal. So it worked, right? Definitely. The world line didn't change. You mean it failed? Why? Consider the possibilities. Maybe the message wasn't enough to persuade Moeka to change models. Could we have sent it to the wrong date? It's July 31st. I'm sure of it. Check when the original D-mail arrived. Maybe her reaction will change if the new one arrives just after that. What a pain! Oh? Did she finally give up? No, she wouldn't give up. Does she plan to climb out the window and loop around? Try sending different messages. If that doesn't work, I'll adjust the timer. You're a lifesaver. What's going on there? Is Mr. Brown freaking out? I can hear him shouting from below. Hashida and Mayuri are trying to calm him down, but who knows how long that'll last. I don't think there's much time left. Daru. I changed the message and sent another D-mail. GG01 rocks. Switch now or regret it. But still, nothing happens. Change now. Your phone is cursed. I make another one. Send. No good. Why? What am I doing wrong? Think. Why didn't the D-mail work? What if Moeka changed address when she got a new phone? Are you there? Still not working? I tried 2 more times, but nothing. I feel uneasy for some reason. What is it? Okabe? What's wrong? Gaudy purple. Removable LCD screen. Model number GG01. Nothing changed? Huh? What hasn't changed? Why is it the same as before Moeka sent her D-mail?
Moika's D-mail said don't change models. She should have had a different phone when she sent it. No way. My brain is having a hard time understanding what's happening. Moika's D-mail wasn't about her phone. Oh god. That explains how it affected the IBN 5100. It also explains why my cancellation D-mails aren't working. Wow. Okay. That sneaky little... The door violently shakes behind my back. It's much stronger than before. It's as if she's slamming something hard and heavy against the door. She's crazy! I suppose I should be thankful she doesn't have a gun, but honestly, this is terrifying enough. It chills my blood to think of what her face must look like now. I've never been the target of such single-minded obsession before. But unfortunately, I can't run away. I need to face Moika again, and wring the information out of her. Both VODs and Lukaku remember their D-mails.
Okabe! Okabe! Henji shiro!
Okabe! Okabe! Answer me! Christina. What's that pounding? Are you okay? Moika's D-mail wasn't about a model exchange. What do you mean? She must have changed the text right before we sent it. That's why the cancellation mails aren't working. Did you check her history? It might still be there. Her arrival history? Of course! Even if it's not in her sent history, it should still be in the arrival history. I don't know what Moika's D-mail said, but I know exactly who she sent it to. I should have thought of that. Checking now! If Moika's phone hasn't changed, even better. For a second there, I thought it would be easy. I should have known better. Her mailbox has literally hundreds of entries over the last week, almost all from FB. Christina, I seem to be in a spot of trouble. If I fail, I'm leaving the rest to you. Don't be ridiculous! If you're in trouble, then get out of... I hang up. I'm not leaning against the door anymore. Moika could just open it, but she hasn't realized that. She's so fixated on getting her phone back, she'd destroy her own door. In any case, I don't have time to check her mail history. I carefully grip the doorknob and wait for the interval between bangs. Now. Dude, what the fuck, man? This is so creepy! What the fuck? I yank the door open. A coffee table flies out and smashes into the walkway railing. Okabe! I get goosebumps. Her screech raises hairs all over my body, but then I remember what I'm here to do. Give it back! First, I have to restrain her again. This is a woman who would kill on command. It's too dangerous to let her be. There's no time. It's now or never. Our bodies collide. Yeet! Ah! Sorry! I'm sorry! I didn't mean to do that. Give it back! I should have known. She wouldn't give up. Why, you?
yeah, he's trying to ask her. I was like, what is happening right now? I'm not even sure.
そんな権利をお前には与えない。
I'm not letting you escape into your own little world again. You don't have that right. Give it back.
力尽きて奪い返してみろ。
Come and get it. Next, she struggles to free her body. Same result.
このまま何時間でも付き合ってやる。
I can keep this up as long as I have to.
どっちが先に体力が尽きると思う。
Who's going to tire out first? Moeka, without a doubt. Why did you take it? Give it back! Give it back!
わめいてろ。
Keep screaming.
お前が携帯依存だろうが FB から見捨てられようが知ったことじゃない。
I don't care about your phone issues. I don't care about FB.
この世界線ではお前が直接手をかけるわけじゃないし、これまでお前がマユリに対してやったことはすでになかったことになっている。
You don't kill her on this world line, and the world lines where you did have already been erased. Guys, don't say things like that.
俺からしてみれば知ったことじゃないんだ。なかったこと、俺は全部覚えている。
But I remember. I remember everything you did. Everything that never happened.
お前への憎しみは消えてないんだ。お前がマユリを殺した事実は俺の中に刻まれてるんだよ。
I'll never forget that you killed Mayuri. And I'll never forgive you.
お前を逃がさないからな。きっちり向き合ってやる。
So there's no escape for you today. We're gonna stay here as long as it takes. He just needs to know the message that she sent, right? How is he gonna get that out of her? Until now, I've always run away from facing Moeka. But I can't do that on this world line. I have to know what her D-mail said, so it can be undone.
腹を割って話そうじゃないか。
So let's be honest with each other, huh? Give it back! Give it back! Give it back! I'll kill you! I'll fucking kill you! Let me go! Thank you, Reborn. I'll tear your fucking eyes out!
携帯などなくてもちゃんと話せるではないか。え？
So you can talk without your phone. I'm impressed. You piece of shit! I'll gut you with the kitchen knife!
切り刻むのは
Oh god, bro.
マッドサイエンティストのお箱だ。
I'm a mad scientist. Dissection is my specialty. This is the worst! His grapes! Okay, I don't want to read that. I don't want to read that. This woman's out of control. Hello? This is Nishida from next door. Is everything okay?
警察呼んだ方がいいかしら？必要ないならせめてもっと静かにしてくんない？
Do you need the police? If not, then could you please keep it down?
このアパート声が響くのよ。
The walls here are pretty thin. Damn, I didn't think about that. Yeah, now the neighbors care. Jeez. I can't have her calling the police. What now? I need to silence Moeka somehow. Call the pool! Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh
ま
no.
ったく最近の若い子は。
Kids these days. Oh no. Oh no. What a relief. Oh no. I feel a sharp pain on my lip. I instinctively jerk away. She bit me.
初々しい女ぶっているんじゃない俺より年上のくせに
Why you gotta say it like that? I don't want to say certain things. Certain things I just don't want to have to say. It just feels uncomfortable. This whole thing feels uncomfortable. I'm very uncomfortable. How much time has passed? It feels like it's already been dozens of hours. But it's still night outside, so it probably hasn't been more than 1 or 2. Moeka hasn't said a word since I kissed her. Has she given up? Either way, I can't let my guard down.
岡部君どうしたら返してくれる
What do I have to do? I never thought she'd be the one to extend an olive branch. This is what I was waiting for. Now I move in for the kill.
お前は D メールを送ったことを覚えているか
Do you remember sending a D mail?
D 何
A D... What?
D メール過去へ送ることのできるメール
Right? D mail. An email that you send to the past.
お前はそれを送ったお前自身の携帯へな
You sent one to your own phone.
機種変更に関する内容だと
Not now, Steins. Okay.
それは嘘だったお前は俺たちの目をごまかしてこっそりメールの内容を入れ替えたんだ
You led me to think it was about a phone model exchange, but you changed the text before you sent it.
その結果世界線が変わった
Your D mail changed the past.
お前は覚えていないか
Don't you remember?
知らない
I don't know.
知らないんじゃない思い出していないだけなんだ
You do know. You just haven't remembered yet.
思い出せお前は思い出さなければならない
Remember. Remember or else. Or else what? I don't know. This is just a tactic to put pressure on Moeka. I have another plan to make her remember.
本当に知らないの
I really don't know.
思い出せるならそうするけど
If I could remember, I would.
わからないわ一体何のことなのか
But I don't remember anything. Just a little more and her resistance will end.
だったら質問を変える
Fine, I'll change the question.
2週間ほど前お前は奇妙なメールを受け取ったはずだ
You received a strange email about 2 weeks ago. Oh?
差
Ring
出
a
人
bell?
はお前自身の携帯しかもそのメールは数日後の未来から送信されていた
It came from your own number and it was dated several days in the future. Aha!
覚えが
Ding
あ
ding
る
ding!
それがお前が送った D メールだ
You remember. Good. That was the D mail.
内容を教えろ
What did it say?
教えたら
If I tell you,
携帯は返す
I'll return your phone.
クソ
Fuck you.
内容は
I won't
言えない。
tell you.
なぜだ。
Why not?
ラウンダーに関係する。
It's my mission. What's she talking about? I recall what Moika told me on a previous world line. The Rounder's mission is to find and acquire IBN 5100s.
IBN 5100。
The IBN 5100.
それに関することだな。
It was about the IBN 5100.
どこまで知っている？メールの内容。
How much do you know?
質問をするのは俺だけだ。いいから答えろ。
I'm asking the questions here. Just answer.
言えない。
I can't.
FB を裏切ることに。
I won't betray FB.
携帯よりも FB を選ぶのか。大した忠誠心だな。
So you're choosing FB over your phone. How loyal. But Mayuri's fate hangs in the balance. I can't give up. She's running out of willpower. She won't be able to hold out much longer. If she won't talk now, then I'll just have to wait until she will.
携帯がないとそんなに苦痛か。なぜそこまで依存する？
Is it really that painful to not have your phone? Why are you so dependent on it?
会話まともにできなくて。
I can't talk to people.
今はしているではないか。
You're talking right now, aren't you?
メールまでできなくなったら私は
If I can't use mail, then I'll be
世界から断絶してしまう。
cut off from the world.
世界だと孤独な女を気取っているつもりか。お前が恐れているのはラウンダーから見捨てられることだろう。
What? Are you fishing for sympathy? You're just afraid of being abandoned by the Rounders, aren't you?
違う。ラウンダーじゃなくて FB から見捨てられること。
Oh, sorry, I didn't want to yawn, and now I did. No, not the Rounders. FB. That's the same thing, isn't it?
だったら世界などと言うな。何の罪もない女の子を容赦なく殺した分際でマユリを世界から断絶させた分際で。
Then don't say the world. You're the one who killed an innocent girl. You're the one who erased Mayuri from the world.
殺してない。
I didn't kill her.
そうこの世界線ではな。だが別の世界線においてはお前はラウンダーとして俺たちのタイムマシンを奪おうとした。その時に殺したマユリを。
Not on this world, maybe. Not on this world line, maybe. But on another world line, you came to steal our time machine. You killed her. You killed Mayuri. I said world line, but we're not going to talk about that. In another world line. When I talked to her below the overpass, she told me that Mayuri was unnecessary. It didn't matter to CERN whether she lived or died.
FB の指示なら殺したと思う。絶対に。
If FB told me to, then yes, I killed her.
とは何者だ。一体どこにいる？
Who is FB? Where the hell is he? I asked her the same question back then, but another rounder appeared before she could answer. Something tells me she won't have backup this time. Moika's position in the rounders has changed.
言えない。
I can't tell you.
ならばいいことを教えてやる。
Then let me tell you something.
いいか。お前は今、俺に捕まっている状況だが、助けを期待しているのなら、無駄だ。
Listen good. If you're holding out for backup, you can forget it.
どうせ誰も助けに来ない。お前は絶望に打ちひしがれたまま、4日後に自殺する。
Nobody's coming to save you. The pain and despair are just going to get worse, and in 4 days, you'll kill yourself.
俺は5日後から来た。セルンが欲しがるタイムマシンを使ってな。だから知っている。
I came here from the future, using the time machine CERN wants so badly. That's how I know.
お前はこの部屋で一人孤独に自分を殺すんだ。
You kill yourself in this room, all alone.
お前の大好きな FB はお前を助けない。ラウンダーもセルンも300人委員会もだ。
Your precious FB doesn't save you. No one does. Not the Rounders, not CERN, and not the Committee of 300.
どれだけメールしても上司からの連絡はないんだろう。それはなぜだ？
Your boss hasn't replied to your mails, has he? You know why?
もう見捨てられているんだよ。
Because you've been abandoned. Guilt squeezes my heart. I know that I'm causing this woman pain. I'm clearly hurting the woman in front of me. Insane mad scientist, my ass. I'm afraid to hurt my mortal enemy. I'm nothing but a hypocrite.
FB をかばう必要はない。だから全て話せ。
FB doesn't deserve your loyalty. Tell me everything.
FB は裏切らない。私を見捨てない。
FB wouldn't betray me. FB wouldn't abandon me.
だったらなぜお前は4日後に自殺すると思う？
Then why do you kill yourself in 4 days?
お前が私を殺すのよ。自殺に見せかけて。
You kill me and make it look like a suicide.
俺はそんなヘマはしない。俺ならお前を殺した後でタイムリープする。お前の死はなかったことにできる。
I wouldn't need to cover it up if I killed you. I'd just undo your death with my time machine.
私は
FB から返事が来ないと言ってこの部屋で死んだような顔をしていたのはどこのドイツだ？
When I got here, you were sitting in the corner like a limp rag, crying about how FB wouldn't answer. Remember? But...
もう何日来ていない。FB からの連絡は普段はどのくらいの頻度で来ていていつから来なくなった？
How many days has it been? How often did FB contact you before? And when did it stop?
普段毎日連絡を。
Used to be. Every day.
でももう10日近く。
But it's already been 10 days.
10日も連絡が来ていない。そうだな。
10 days with no contact, correct? Damn.
私裏切れないよ。
I won't betray FB.
お前は裏切られたんだよ。
FB betrayed you.
FB を信じてる。
I believe in FB.
お前は切り捨てられた。
Oh, so FB texted her in 2006, and we're in 2010, and she was seemingly on a rooftop, so maybe she was already feeling like you know, needing a purpose in life or something, and so FB saved her, which is probably why she has such an attachment to FB. He threw you away.
利用されるだけされてな。もう用済みということだ。
FB used you, and now your usefulness has ended.
FB はそんな人じゃ。
FB isn't like that.
だったらどんな人なんだ？
Then what sort of person was he? What kind of job is it?
お母さんみたいに
She
私に優しくて
will cater to your abilities, of course. She was gentle to me, like a mother. I thought FB, she said, yeah, I thought FB was a guy this whole time too.
私はやっと
I just thought she was saying he, or I could have sworn that she said he for you know, instead of FB before, but I finally had a place I belonged. Are you sure I can do it? Yes, no need to worry. FB is a woman?
悩みを相談したりいつもすぐに返事くれた
I talked to her about my worries. She always replied right away.
友達みたいで
It's okay.
でも包み込む優しさがあって
Like a friend, but gentle, accepting.
会ったことは
Have you met her? We're in this together. Moeka shakes her head weakly.
会ったことがない。お母さんみたいで友達みたいでお前にとって心地いい居場所だったのに。
You haven't met? Even though she's like your mother? Your friend? Oh, maybe, Lopar. Yeah, maybe not Eagle. Maybe I just assumed. Damn, if they had met, then I could have gotten Moeka to lead me to her.
ラウンダーは
Yeah, parasocial relationship, no kidding.
隠すのがルールで
Rounders must hide their identities from one another.
連絡は取り合っていたのに一度も会ったことはない。確かに会うのはルール違反かもな。だがお前は FB が好きで会ってみたかった。違うか。
So you've talked, but you've never met. But you must have wanted to meet her, right? Even if it was against the rules.
違うよ
No, no!
会ったら幻滅されるだから会いたいなんて思わない
It would ruin everything if she saw the real me.
会いたいと言われたことは
Did she ever say she wanted to meet you?
一度もないし行ったことも
I don't want to sneeze. No, never. And I never asked.
その様子だと電話もしたことがないな。
So no phone calls either then.
避けられているとは思わなかったのか。
Didn't you wonder why? No sneeze.
そこまで親身になってくれた優しい女上司がお前に会おうとしない理由は本当にルールだけか。
Why would such a kind, gentle woman refuse to meet you in person? Was it really just the rules?
そしてなぜ連絡をよこさない？
I know, I was thinking that too, Eagle.
理由を考えてみろ。
And why isn't she returning your emails now? Think about it.
振り込め詐欺と同じだ。お前は騙されていたんだ。
My Yuri, dude. She was using you. You were tricked.
FB を悪く言わないでそんな人じゃない
Don't say that! She's not like that!
連絡が途絶える前に最後のメールはどんな内容だった？
What did her last email say before she stopped contacting you?
IBN5100 を指定場所に置いておけ。
Leave the IBN 5100 at the designated location. United, you stressing me out? This points to only one conclusion. She sent herself the location of the IBN 5100.
その場所はどこだ?
What was the designated location?
コインロッカー大ビル前の
The coin locker in front of Daibiru. Wait, isn't that where Lukaku hid the IBN 5100 on the previous world line? Is this another effect of convergence? Can I retrieve the IBN 5100 if I go there now? No, I can't expect it to still be there. So how would he undo that? Oh my god, United, I swear to god. I sighed deeply and lifted myself off Moeka's body. Then I leaned back against the wall and stretched my aching limbs. I don't know how he would send a D-mail to undo that. I guess he could technically send a D-mail with a random address. I'm using your phone. I open Moeka's mailbox and search for the D-mail. It feels like looking for a needle in a haystack. It takes about 3 minutes, but I finally find it. Retro PC's at Yanabayashi Shrine. Ah! The mail was sent on August 4th at 2:37 p.m. That's when it got stolen. Withdraw immediately. And received on July 31st at 10:37 a.m. Just as I suspected, Moeka changed her D-mail in the few seconds I had my back turned. All I need to do now is send the cancellation mail.
Okabe!
Okabe!
今、ラボにいるか?
You at the lab? Oh yeah, she must be worried sick, dude. Don't worry me like that. Idiot.
心配してくれていたのか?
What, were you worried about me?
どう見ても死亡フラグ立ってたから無事なのが驚きよ。
I mean, you set off an obvious death flag. I'm surprised you're still alive. Baka.
今どこにいる?
Where are you now?
ちゃんとラボで待機中。
I'm standing by at the lab.
もう一度 D メールを送る。準備を頼む。
Set up the machine. I'm sending another D-mail.
タイマー設定は?
Destination?
31日の11時頃に着くように設定を。
July 31st, 11 a.m. Do not go. Not at Shrine. It's a trap.
31日の11時。
11 a.m. on the 31st.
準備 OK.
Okay, all set.
よし。起動してくれ。
All right, activate it.
起動した。
Activated. Well?
ダメだ。なぜ変わらない?
Nothing. Why won't it change?
また間違い?
Another mistake?
いや、そんなはずはない。萌香の D メールの内容も確認済みだ。それを否定するメールを送った。
No, there's no way. I know what Moeka's message said. This D-mail should have cancelled it. What the hell's wrong this time?
最初の D メールの内容は?
What did the first D-mail say?
柳林神社に IBN5100 があると知らせるものだ。今のメールで それは罠だと否定したんだが。
That the IBN 5100 was at Yanabayashi Shrine. I tried to cancel it by telling her it's a trap, but it didn't work.
もう一度別の文面で再送を。
I'll try to phrase it differently.
待った D メールの面倒な部分についてはロト6の実験で検証済みでしょ
Wait, we went through this with the Lotto 6 experiment, remember?
D メールを読んだ人間がその通りに行動するかどうかは個人の資質に影響される。
The person who reads the D-mail chooses whether or not to act accordingly.
桐生って人は神社に IBN5100 があると知らされた。直後にそれを否定するメールが来ても構わず神社へ行ったという推測が導ける。
Kiryu learned that the IBN 5100 was at the shrine. Though the cancellation mail came right afterwards, I guess she ignored it and went anyway. JC, hey! Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs, dude! I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a wonderful day or weekend, JC. Thank you. She's gonna try to do the mission even if it's a trap. She's gonna try to do, yeah. She'll do anything for the mission, so... Oh, gotta send something with FB on it or something? That's big brain.
否定するメールを信じなかったか。あるいはクソ真面目に否定されても念のために調べて
Thank you,
みたか。
JC.
ということか。
Maybe she didn't believe the cancellation mail. Or maybe she was so diligent she decided to check it out even when not told not to. I glance at Moeka.
厄介ね。神社に調べに行くことにリスクが発生すると伝えても聞いてくれなかったっていうことだから。
Damn, even when told it was too risky to go to the shrine, she went anyway. This bitch crazy, bro.
より強制力の強い文面にするしかない。神社に行くのを禁止させるぐらいの。
We need a more persuasive message. Something that will prevent her from going to the shrine.
どうやって
Like what? That's the problem. Is it possible to persuade her with just 36 bytes of text? Oh, I want to meet up, FB, bro.
7月30日のお礼と D メールを送り、先に IBN5100 を回収させるという方法は。
What if I send a D mail to myself on July 30th? Could I beat her to the IBN 5100?
その日のあんたは IBN5100 に興味があったのか
Were you even interested in the IBN 5100 then? You up? FB. When did I start caring about the IBN 5100? I can't remember. Fine, that's out. So how do I convince Moeka to listen?
FB だ。
FB.
何
What?
萌香の上司、依存の対象。FB からのメールなら無条件で信じるはず。
Moeka's handler. She's obsessed with FB. If the mail comes from FB, she'll do whatever it says. Chat smart!
その FB とかいう人の携帯持ってるの
Do you have FB's phone?
いいよ。会ったことさえない。どこにいるかもわからない。
No, they haven't even met. We don't know where FB is.
話にならない
And there's nothing we can do. Pre-watched. Did you, United? God damn it. Give me a little time.
また待たせるのか
Cheating.
私はずっとラボに泊まり込んでるからいいけど
Gonna make me wait again? Well, I've been pulling all-nighters recently, so whatever.
あんまり無茶しないでね
Just don't do anything stupid, okay? So even after prying answers out of Moeka, there's still more work to be done. FB's identity. Has anyone played this game before? This is my first playthrough of the visual novel. I've seen, a lot of people have seen the anime, and I've seen the anime, but the visual novel is just slightly different. FB's location. Unless I can figure out both, I'll never be able to break out of this world line. Seriously? I call Moeka's name.
When she finally looks up, I drop her phone onto her lap.
FB を探すことになった。
Looks like we're searching for FB now. How is he gonna do that, dude?
お前はどういう経緯で
Yeah, no spoilers though, guys, okay? Make sure you don't mention any spoilers because some people are experiencing it for the first time. How exactly did you become a rounder? Honestly, I couldn't care less.
4年前死のうとしてた。
4 years ago, I tried to kill myself.
何の希望も持てなくて、何もかもが嫌になって。
I had no hope. I wanted to get away from everything.
原因は
Why?
特にこれっていうのは
No big reason.
でも小さなことがたくさん積み重なって。
Little things. Lots of little things piled up.
もともとこんな性格だし。
I've always been like this.
家族は
And your family? Moika shakes her head a little.
でも死ぬのを失敗して。
But I didn't die.
そこにメールが。
Afterwards, I got a mail.
ラウンダー募集って個人宛てじゃなくて一斉送信の。
Recruiting rounders, it said. It was sent to hundreds of people, not just me. Isn't that spam? Do the rounders really recruit like that?
私はどうでもよくなってた。だから気づいたら返信してた。
Nothing mattered anymore. So on a whim, I replied.
そしたら連絡が来たの。FB から。
And then, FB contacted me.
それからずっと FB の指示に従ってた。
Ever since, I've followed FB's orders.
ずっとこの秋葉に
Were you always stationed in Akiba?
3ヶ月前まで名古屋、その前は横浜、その前は
Until 3 months ago, I was in Nagoya. Before that, Yokohama. Before that, the Rounder's chief duty is to acquire IBN 5100s. I guess they had her traveling all over Japan, digging up info on retro PCs.
これまでに IBN 5100をいくつ見つけた？
How many IBN 5100s have you found so far?
1台も。
Not even one. No results? It sounds like CERN is spending a lot of effort for not much return.
お前はこの後どうするつもりだ？ただ絶望に打ちひしがれて予定通り自殺するか？
So what now? Are you going to sit here wallowing in despair until you kill yourself 4 days from now?
抗おうとは思わないのか？
Or do you want to rebel against fate?
抗う。
Rebel? Even as I ask the question, I know that for her, rebellion is impossible. This world line has already approved her death. Ooh, pretty. She's in the same situation as Mayuri. No matter what she does, she will die.
FB はお前を利用し見捨てた。それを認めろ。その上で FB に対してどうしたいと考えているんだ。
FB used you and threw you away. Accept it. And then ask yourself what you're going to do about it. We don't tell her that though. Oh boy.
利用されていたとしても。
Even if FB did use me.
私の居場所そこしかなかったから。
That was the only place I belonged.
初めてだった。生きてきた中で自分が必要とされたこと。
That was the first time in my entire life that I was needed.
FB が居場所を与えてくれたの。私に
FB gave me purpose.
その居場所を守るためなら、生きがいを与えてくれた FB を守るためなら、
To protect that purpose, to protect FB,
何だってする。
I would do
お
anything.
前は救いようのないバカだ。
You're beyond hope.
だったら依存したまま死んでいけ。お前の死は確定している。
Drown in your dependence for all I care. Your death has already been decided.
だが俺は世界の思い通りになっていいとは思わない。だから徹底的に抗う。
But I won't let fate have its way. I'm rebelling to the end. Get him, girl. Boy, man. No matter what, I will save Mayuri. Just a little bit more. I can't give up now. Man, what is he gonna do? It's midnight and Akiba is practically empty. The silence is eerie. There's no sign of anyone near the coin locker. Considering the IBN 5100's size, it couldn't fit in the regular sized lockers. She must have put it in one of the 3 larger lockers on the right.
使用中。
The light's on. The bottom locker is still in use. Is the IBN 5100 really inside? I want to check right this instant. I can't believe I forgot to ask Moeko which locker she used. Should I get a crowbar or something to pry the locker open? I'm not super sure, Eagle, to be honest. Let's try it, just to make sure. First, I make a quick visit to the lab. Then I return to the lockers and thrust the pointed tip of the crowbar into the crack of the door. Just as I begin to pry, a shrill siren shatters the night. I look up to see the red lights of a patrol car coming this way. Their timing couldn't be worse. I'm stuck in an interrogation room all night, getting preached to by policemen. I conclude that this is another effect of attractor field convergence. Whoa! No matter what I do, I cannot obtain an IBN 5100 on this world line. That is what fate has decreed. I get the police to call my father, and they finally release me. After my father goes home, I head straight to Moeka's apartment. I tried calling her. I took the opportunity to memorize her phone number yesterday, but she wouldn't pick up at all. Favor to ask. To Daru, favor to ask. You know the coin locker in front of Daibiru? I need you to check if the big locker on the lower right is in use. Please, this is very important. Or if before I get there, I send Daru an email.
IBN 5100を入れたのは右下のコインロッカーで合っているか？
You put the IBN 5100 in the bottom right locker, correct?
なぜ
How?
IBN 5100が入る大きさのロッカーはあそこには3つしかなかった。そのうち一番下のみが使用中。
Out of all the lockers, only 3 could hold the IBN 5100. Out of those 3, only the bottom one was in use.
もし
Shouldn't she have like a key for it or
一番
something?
下に入れたというなら FB は
Or like a code to open
IBN
it?
5100を回収していないことになる。
If that's the one you use, then FB hasn't picked it up yet.
この意味がわかるか？
Do you know what that means?
あそこに貼っていれば FB が回収しに来た時に会えるということだ。
It means that if we stake out the locker, you'll get to meet FB.
その発想はなかったか？ラウンダーのくせに 冷静さが欠けているぞ。
True. It hadn't occurred to you? Some secret agent you are.
俺は張り込んでみようと思う。
Checked. The big locker on the lower right is in use. What's this about anyway? Don't make me your errand boy so early in the morning, fool. I'm headed there now. You coming? ASMR breathing.
会ってどうするの？
What will you do if you meet her?
FB に携帯を借りる。
Borrow her phone. That's the best way to prevent Moeka from going to Yanabayashi Shrine. I don't know why it gets so loud sometimes for those ones.
ない。幻滅さ
Oh no, Ando, that's the worst. I can't meet her. I'm too afraid. The real me could never live up to her expectations.
お前はとっくに幻滅されているか。最初から期待すらされていなかった。
Something tells me her expectations were never that high to begin with. Yeah, some of the certain, like, breathing things are, like, so loud. Just like Daru's mail said, the locker is still occupied when I get there. Poggers! I look around to make sure there are no patrol cars. I head across the street to Daibiru and begin the stakeout. I wouldn't want a security guard to give me trouble. So hungry. I'd love to get some food, but I can't take my eyes off the locker. Just then, somebody taps me on the shoulder. Facebook? Oh. Well.
なんでここに？
What are you doing here?
私も張り込みを。
I'll keep watch too.
ダメかな？
Is that okay?
なぜ心変わりした？
Excuse me. Why the change of heart?
お前は FB とのメールだけの関係に居心地の良さを感じていた。その適度な距離感に依存していたはず。
You were comfortable with your male-only relationship, weren't you? I thought you wanted to maintain that distance.
なのになぜ今さら一歩を踏み出そうと思った。
So what made you decide to risk a meeting? Thank you. Cheers.
このままじゃ。
At this rate.
FB からの連絡がなくなったら、私、世界とのつながりが。
If I lose contact with FB, I'll lose my
断
connection.
絶されるか。
Oh, sorry. To the world. Moeka nods faintly.
孤
Okay,
独
if you
に
say
耐えられ
so.
ないくらい弱いのに FB の命令さえあれば容赦なく人も殺せるとはな。
You can't bear to be alone yourself, yet you'd end an innocent girl's life because some person you've never met told you to.
典型的な狂信者だよお前は。
A cultist, that's what you are. And her cult leader, FB, abused her weakness before throwing her out like old clothes. It pisses me off.
なんだこれは。
What's this? Food? Wow.
もしかして差し入れか？
You brought this for me? Moeka nods.
よし許可する。お前も張り込みを手伝え。
Very well. You may join the stakeout. What a change of events! Now we can take turns watching and we'll also look less suspicious to passers-by. Okay! The night draws on and still no sign of FB. We nap in 1-hour shifts, but it doesn't help the exhaustion. On top of that, I don't have anyone to talk to. Moeka can't keep a conversation going, so there's nothing I can do to stave off boredom. The wait finally ends at just after 1 p.m. on the 13th. Someone comes to open the lower right locker. We watch from behind the pillar.
あいつが FB か。
Is that FB?
FB は女性よ。
FB is a woman.
となると雇われて回収しに来た人間かもしれない。
So, maybe she hired someone to pick it up. The man has the key to the locker. He pays the late fee with 100 yen coins, then removes the cardboard box with the IBN 5100 inside. With a bit of effort, he manages to load the IBN 5100 onto a pushcart and begins walking away. Follow him! When the man arrives at Akihabara Station, he leaves the cart next to him and begins reading a magazine. A short while afterward, a second man in a white t-shirt casually walks past him, taking the cart as he goes. The first guy doesn't even look up.
妙だな。
Weird. What was the purpose of that transfer? Was this just a handoff from a collector to a transporter? At any rate, if we keep following the IBN 5100, we should reach FB eventually. We follow the man into the station. I can't help but stare at his tattoo on his neck. Taking care not to be spotted, I continue to observe him. More than 30 minutes pass and the man hardly moves a muscle. Here, the train sees a sharp increase in passenger traffic. He's getting off. We follow him, but due to our slow reaction, we have to push our way through the boarding passengers. Not wanting to lose him in the crowd, I follow close behind him. But then I stop in my tracks. What? What? His suitcase is missing! Oh. What? Clever. Oh no! Oh no! They know how to lose a tail. Oh no! I return to the lab and leap an hour back. Pay attention, Okabe! Oh. Yeah, you're not going to be noticed when walking around in a lab coat. Oh, I find myself inside the train. They'll make their move at Shinjuku. That guy's gonna get off. But he actually hands the package to someone else. He got us good just now. Just now? I just time leaped from an hour in the future. He just had one of those "That's so Raven" premonitions. Time leaped? The train arrives at Shinjuku on schedule. Now arriving at Shinjuku. The doors open and passengers spew out. I knew it! After that incident, the package swaps couriers like a hot potato, shaking around the tracks that run through Tokyo like a web. Damn, dude. They being thorough. Yamanote Line, Meguro Station, Nambuko Line, Nagato Station, Yurakucho Line, Ikebukuro Station, Fukutoshin Line, Shinjuku Sanchome Station, Toei Shinjuku Line, Kudanshita Station, Tozai Line, Kayabacho Station. I probably butchered so many of those names. Whenever they give me the slip, I time leap and resume the chase. Oh my god. Finally, the courier and package get aboard the Hibiya line and return to Akihabara Station where it all began. Really? Bro. I recognize the last courier. He's one of the men who raided the lab with Moeka. A car honks its horn. Moeka and I immediately hide. A muscular man hops out of the truck.
Huh?
What? No, it can't be. Why is he here? Does this mean he's connected to FB? To the Rounders? What's going on here? His shop is right below the lab. If he's connected to the enemy... I shiver at the thought. As we continue to watch from a distance, Tennoji takes the suitcase and loads it onto the truck. Then he gets into the truck alone and takes off towards Shawadori. I stare after it in disbelief. What? I time leap several hours to before the first man arrived at the coin locker. Really? Then I explain the situation to Moeka. My plan is to get ahead of the package. After killing some time at Starbucks, we rent a car. I don't have a license, so Moeka's driving. Starbucks. Nervous? You look You look terrified. How long have you been driving?
Paper.
First time!
ペーパードライバーということか。勘弁してくれ。事故るなよ。
What? This is your first time? Oh, come on, just don't crash. I was surprised Moeka had a license in the first place. Apparently, FB told her it would come in handy for her rounder work. Bruh, indeed. Finally, we arrive at Tennoji's house in Okachimachi.
どういうこと？
What does this mean?
FB はどこ？
Where is FB?
あの家に運び込んだことが何を意味するかだ。一時的な保管場所ということなのか。それとも。
The question is, why did he bring it inside? Is he just holding on to it? Or Moeka insists that FB is a woman. So maybe it's Tennoji's wife, who I've never met. I think you made the right call, M4. Honestly, I don't know anyone who works as hard as you do. I have Moeka show me one of FB's mails.
M4 というのが私のコードネーム。
M4 is my code name.
それも FB が
The daughter? The like 2-year-old or whatever. FB gave it to me. The little girl. Moeka's a mailing machine. She sent FB nearly 10 mails a day, but FB replied to every single one. You'd have to be a saint to reply to all those emails. No wonder Moeka was so dependent on FB.
今度はここで張り込みだな。
So, time for another stakeout. Oh man, what is happening? We park a couple blocks away and watch the video feed. The next day, Tennoji goes to work on his moped like usual. He returns after sunset. There's no sign of his daughter, Nae, or his wife. United, oh my god. Something finally happens early Sunday morning. Just before 3 a.m., a white station wagon stops in front of Tennoji's house and a number of men come flooding out. It's them! They're the rounders who raided the lab with Moeka.
今度はどこへ？
What now? I'm interested in Tennoji's story, but the IBN 5100 will lead us to FB. We decide to follow the station wagon. The pursuit ends at Narita International Airport. The 6 men, IBN 5100 in tow, board a plane headed for France. CERN's home country. What does this mean?
天王寺の妻が FB の可能性がある。
Tennoji's wife might be FB. Since there's been no sign of FB this far, she might be an extremely cautious individual, but the evidence suggests only one possibility. Off to France we go! On Worldline Alpha 1, Moeka's men attacked the night of the time leap machine was completed. Their timing was perfect. It makes sense if you assume that Tennoji is closely linked to FB. He was right downstairs the whole time we were discussing our plans. FB knew exactly what we were up to. Oh, this is such a mindfuck, dude. Cause remember Suzuha? Suzuha's relation with Tennoji as well, though? Like, it's so weird. When we get back to Akiba, Moeka and I started walking towards Tenoji's house. Like the fact that the building that his CRT TV is at, like the CRT TV that is the lifter. Sorry, I just read this and I forgot what I said already. When we get back to Akiba, Moeka and I start walking towards Tenoji's house. But on the way, I get an angry call from Kurisu demanding an update, so I decide to take care of that first. Oh, man.
あんたね、少しは連絡したらどうなの?
I thought I asked you to keep me posted.
ずっと立て込んでいたのだ。
I've been busy. They've been staking out for days, dude. Busy. Right. Kurisu glances at Moeka.
もしかして心配していたのか?
Were you worried about me?
私じゃないわよ。私は別にあんたがどこで何をしてようが知ったことじゃないけど。
Of course not. Why should I care what you're up to? Oh, sorry.
ただ、まゆりはすごく心配してた。見てて、痛々しいぐらいにね。
It's just, Mayuri was really worried. I don't want to see her sad. Thank you,
せめ
Stunzy.
て、あの子にだけは連絡してあげなさいよ。
So at least give her a call, okay? Now that she mentions it, it feels like I haven't talked to Mayuri in forever. Aww.
全てはマユリを救うため。
I'm doing this to save Mayuri.
敵の正体がもうすぐ分かりそうなんだよ。
I'm close to discovering our true enemy.
というか、敵って
Our enemy? But
彼女は敵じゃないの。
isn't she our enemy?
敵だが真実を求めるため協調体制をとっている。
She is an enemy, but we're cooperating in order to uncover the truth.
マユリを殺す人なんでしょ。
Isn't she the one who killed Mayuri? Oh, it's juicy, alright.
そうだ。
Yes. However, Moeka's just a pawn and one that no longer poses a threat. To save Mayuri, I need to capture the king. Well, the king's cell phone.
まあいい。それで、これからどこか行くんでしょ。私もついていく。
Whatever. So where are you going now? Take me with you.
正気か助手よ。
Have you gone mad, assistant of mine?
正気だけど、助手じゃないから。
I'm perfectly sane, and I'm not your assistant.
危険かもしれないぞ。
It could be dangerous.
今日の私は死ぬことになってる。
Do I die today? I've experienced the future, so I know who dies today.
いや、お前は死なない。
No, you don't die.
だったら問題なし。世界から死なないことを保証されたようなものだから。
Then there's no problem. This world line has essentially guaranteed my survival. Right, Kurisu doesn't die today. Neither does Mayuri. The only person who dies today is Kiryu Moeka. Today she kills herself. I've already told Moeka her fate. But in spite of that, Moeka doesn't seem upset, at least on the surface. She's expressionless as always. The only difference is that she's not checking her phone as often. But Moeka's not a strong woman. Beneath that expressionless mask she is struggling against the fear of is she struggling against the fear of death? Sorry, brain just I was like, is this a weird translation thing? But then I realized it wasn't. Sorry. I decide to confront Tanuji directly. Oh boy. I have Kurisu stand guard from afar while Moeka and I go inside. Not that we're planning to break in. We ring the doorbell like honest citizens. Sorry, Eagle. Tanuji soon opens the door and invites us into the living room. Oh, there's the thing, finally. I guess we couldn't check it because it's been a moment. The divergence meter is sitting in its usual spot. I glance at the numbers. Make yourselves at home. It's just after dawn, much too early for guests, but Tanuji welcomes us with a smile.
ずいぶん早起きなんですね、Mr. Brown.
You're an early riser, Mr. Brown.
まあな、苗の学校の時間に合わせてるから、基本的に早起きなんだよ。
Yeah, gotta see my little girl off to school.
今夏休み中だが、もう習慣になっちまってる。
I know it's summer break, but habits die hard.
お嬢さんはまだ寝ているんですか？
Is your daughter still asleep?
うっせえ！前のこと聞き出してどうするつもりだ？寝込みを襲うとしたらマジで殺す！
What the hell?
Hey, you thinking of trying something while she's sleeping? Touch her and I'll break your head, got it?
Why did he immediately just assume that? Don't worry. It's so weird. I'm more interested in his wife. Ayo. He showed me into his house, but she's nowhere to be found. Is she asleep too? Or could she be hiding somewhere? I'd like to do a thorough search of the house, but of course that's impossible. I know the way they said that. And then there's what he said just now about seeing Nae off to school. That sounded like something a single father would say. I suspected that FB was Tanoji's wife, but that may have been a mistake. I need answers. But how do I get them? Moeka is just staring at the floor. And whether or not Tanuji's wife is FB, I don't think this man will fall for any tricks.
数時間前、この家の前に6人の男が集まり、
We're just gonna ask about that.
フランスに渡った。そのことについて当然ご存知ですね。
A few hours ago, 6 men stopped by this house to pick up a package, which they then delivered to France. You were there. I saw you. Man.
それが？
And?
IBN5100。あなたは知っているはずだ。
The package contained an IBN 5100. You know what that is, of course.
幻のレトロ PC だろう。
Yeah, the legendary retro PC. Tanoji seems like a completely different person today.
あなたは何者だ？運び屋か？それとも
Are you just another courier? Or are you
ラウンダーか？
a rounder?
おめえは裏切ったのか？ M4。
Did you betray us, M4? Oh, fuck.
M4 is Moeka's codename, something only FB should know. Is he FB?
もしかして
No. Are you FB?
フェルディナント・ブラウンって知ってるか？
Ever heard of Ferdinand Braun? Moeka and I look at each other, confused by the sudden change of topic.
おいおい、ブラウン管を発明したノーベル物理学賞の偉人だぞ。
Come on, he was the Nobel Prize-winning physicist who invented the Brown tube. Tanoji has a thing for brown tubes, I know that. But what does that have to do with anything?
フェルディナント・ブラウン。頭文字は？
Ferdinand Braun. Initials?
Oh
yeah, he said he grew up abroad and that he knew French!
FB.
What the fuck?
そういうことだ。
Now you get it.
Dude, what? Broskies. Okay, now I'm just like, okay, is he FB in every timeline? Or what, bro? Tanuji asked if we could talk elsewhere, so we left his house. I imagine he didn't want Nai overhearing him. Meeting up with Kurisu on the way, we follow him. We walk about 15 minutes to a construction site, and as we enter, Tanuji casually produces a handgun. The motion is so smooth and natural that I didn't even recognize it as a gun at first. Its heavy form gives off a chilling black luster. The muzzle is pointed at Moeka. It's been a while, Sash. I don't remember a lot of things, so it feels like I forgot this. I genuinely didn't know who FB was. What is he thinking, pulling a gun on us? Moeka and I are unarmed. We didn't plan for this. It's been like maybe 4 or 5 years? Maybe 4. 3 to 4? Let me ask you one thing. Your wife.
苗を産んだ時に死んだ。それが
She died having Nai. Why? No wonder I've never seen her. She was never there in the first place. Tanuji is FB.
そんな。いやいや。
No, that can't be.
俺への依存の次は現実逃避か
I thought I was your world, M4. Now you're running away? We're at an overwhelming disadvantage. I was a fool to believe the direct approach would work. Now my recklessness is going to get us killed. No, not us. If nothing else, I'll be spared. The world doesn't want me dead today. My survival is guaranteed. Well, as long as the attractor field model holds true. However, Moeka has no such protection. She dies today. It doesn't matter how. What am I going to do about it? Nothing. It doesn't matter. My goal is to obtain FB's cell phone and send a D-mail to Moeka in the past. That is the reason I'm here.
あなたがラウンダーの一員だったとはな。セルンの犬だったとはな。
So you're a rounder. CERN's dog.
犬だ。間違っちゃいねえな。
Their dog? Yeah, you ain't wrong. Is this who he really is? Was the gruff but good-hearted storekeeper just an act?
よりによってあなたがラウンダーとは。
I can't believe you're a rounder. You of all people. I'm like thinking back at all the times that like they're experimenting and stuff, you know? And he's just like directly below them. And like Suzuha, that explains the fiber lines to CERN. True. I just watched Steins and I forgot shit because it threw so much at me at once. I know, right? Exactly. Oh. And how he constantly brags about creating a time machine right in front of him. True. Oh my god.
あなたにそんなことをさせるために世話をしてやったんじゃない。
Hashida Suzu didn't give you a home so you could turn it into a safe house for CERN?
なんだよおめえ。スズさんのこと知ってんのか。だったらもっと早く言ってくれよ。
You knew Suzu-san? You should have said something. Tanuji and I haven't spoken about Suzuha in this world line.
だがな、 ずいぶん分かったようなこと言うじゃないか。すずさんは10年も前に死んだんだ。その当時岡部は8歳かそこらだろ。
Anyway, what gives you the right to speak for her, huh? She died 10 years ago. You were what, 8?
なのにすずさんのことが分かるってのか。
How do you know how she'd feel?
I know this, OST.
She told me. My anger and frustration overwhelms me.
俺の主観時間では彼女はほんの数週間前までこの時代にいた。
She was here, in this time, not 5 days ago.
未来を変えるのは君たちにかかってる。私は荷物をこの秋葉原に絶対持ってくるから。そして君たちに責任を持って託すから。
I'll bring it to you here in Akihabara. That's my duty, and I'll see it through. The rest is up to you.
お願い、未来を変えてほしい。
Change the future. Please.
It seems so long ago, but in reality it's only been a couple days. Damn.
あなたのすぐ近くにいたんだよ彼女は。
She was right there and you never knew it.
橋田鈴、いや天音鈴葉はセルンと戦うためにこの時代にやってきたタイムトラベラーだ。
Hashida Suzu. No, Amane Suzuha was a time traveler. She came from the future to stop CERN.
日本。
What?
気づかなかったのか FB。 あなたの恩人は2036年からやってきたんだよ。我がラボの一員ダルの娘だ。
You never noticed, FB? The woman who saved your life came from the year 2036. She was one of us, a lab member, the daughter of Hashida Itaru.
鈴葉はセルンを恨んでいた。なのにその鈴葉に世話になったあなたはセルンの犬か。
Suzuha hated CERN, and here you are, a man who owes her everything, doing their dirty work.
これでは鈴葉が浮かばれないぞ。
Is this how you honor Suzuha's memory? Fuck.
たらめ言ってんじゃねえよ。
Stop making shit up.
どうしてこんなことになった。
How did you turn out this way?
うるせえな。いろいろあるんだよ。
Fuck you, it's complicated. Complicated. Is that supposed to be an excuse?
本当に FB。
Are you really FB? Tanuji sighs and lowers his gun.
ああ、そうだ。
Yeah, I am.
メールは
The mails.
全部俺が書いた。なぜ女言葉かって？カムフラージュだよ。正体を隠すためのな。
I wrote them. Why did I pretend to be a woman? Camouflage, obviously. Had to hide my identity.
ネットでもネカ
I
マ
know
なんて腐るほ
United.
どいるだろ。
The internet's full of guys pretending to be girls. True.
マジな話。
Sadly.
大変だったんだぜ、M4。メール送りすぎだ、タコ。
I gotta say though, M4, you send too much goddamn mail.
おめえのくだらねえ相談に全レスしてやったんだ。感謝しろ。
Who has time for that shit? You better be grateful I bothered to reply. Damn.
そんな FB は私のお母さんみたいな存在で
FB was like a mother to me.
私は FB のためなら何だって
I'd do anything for FB.
そう仕向けたんだよ。おめえみたいなメンヘルは簡単に依存してくれるから操りやすい。
Oh, it hurts, guys. That was the point. It's easy to manipulate nutjobs like you. Just gotta give them something to cling on to.
もうやめろ。
Enough!
なぜ連絡くれなかったの？
Why did you stop emailing me?
連絡？ああ。IBN5100 を手に入れた時点で、おめえはもう用済みだからだ。
Huh? Oh, right. Your usefulness ended the second you dropped off that IBN 5100.
用済み。
I'm useless.
That was obvious. I've been telling her this whole time. Moeka has been abandoned.
ダイレクトメールでメンバーを募集するのは、機密性の保持の観点からするとザルだけどな。それがラウンダーのやり方だ。
Recruiting members directly is bad for secrecy, but the rounders make up for it by choosing expendable assets with nowhere else to go.
そして IBN5100 を見つけたメンバーは任務達成となり口封じされる。例外なく全員だ。
Any member who finds an IBN 5100 is eliminated. No exceptions. What? What is he saying?
そうすることでセルンと委員会は機密を保持しつつ安い金で俺たちみてえなはみ出し者を利用してるわけだ。
That way, CERN gets to keep their secrets, plus have a cheap army of outcasts like us.
FB.
あいつらにしてみればラウンダーは全員駒さ。悲しいことにな。
We're all expendable. Every last one of us. And it sucks, let me tell you.
任務達成はすなわち処分確定。扱いとしては犬っつうより家畜だな。
As soon as our job's done, they get rid of us. Guess that makes us cattle, not dogs.
Do they mean like actually like they kill them? Or do they just like drop them off? Like they just drop them, like lose the connection like she did.
逆らえば家族が危険にさらされるんだ。大事な娘に手出しさせられねえだろ。
Disobey orders and they go after your family. I can't let them touch my little girl, can I?
Excuse me?
おい、よせ。
Oh crap, should I be saving here? I should probably try to save. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I should probably save here. Okay. I'm assuming. Wait, don't!
すずさんには悪いと思ってるよ。
Sorry for everything, Suzu-san.
ほんと。なんでこんなことになったんだろうな。
Really? How did I turn out this way?
He pulls the trigger. Why?
Tanuji's massive body drops to the floor and sprawls out, motionless. He's dead.
What about Nae? Hello? His daughter? Who's gonna take care of her now?
No. Why?
It's over, and I still don't understand what happened. Would he have killed himself even if we hadn't confronted him? Was his death too the will of fate? Tennoji had completed his mission. Maybe he chose to eliminate himself rather than face CERN assassins. Maybe that's what he was saying, like because they found an IBN 5100, the moment you find an IBN 5100, they get rid of you? I don't know. You fool! I bite down hard on my lip. You left your daughter all alone.
He meant to protect her with this sacrifice, but what is Nai supposed to do now?
しかもなんで笑いながら死ねるんだよ
How could you die with a smile? All rounders are expendable, he said. Does that mean FB was just another pawn? Is that how CERN operates? That's insanity. This can't be real. Is Nai still asleep? Blissfully unaware of her father's suicide? How do I explain this to her? Should I run? Again, strictly speaking, my purpose is to obtain FB's phone. Once I send the D-mail and change the world line, all of this will be undone. I don't need to burden myself with unpleasant responsibilities. I could run away, escape like a coward, and no one would ever know.
携帯を探そう
His phone. I need Tanuji's phone. I find Tanuji's phone in his jacket pocket. I'd spend the entire stakeout wondering how I'd get it from him. I was ready to kill him for it if I had to. But to think that he would kill himself. It must have been quite a shock to hear Tanuji's, FB's, confession. FB told her that she was useless. But in that case, why wasn't Moeka killed?
Na, Moeka.
Hey, Moeka.
もしかしたら FB はお前を生かそうとしたのかもしれない。
It's possible that FB did what he did so you could live.
あの人はお前を見捨てたんじゃなくて
Maybe he didn't abandon you.
突き放して生かそうとしたのかも。
Maybe by pushing you away, he was trying to keep you safe. This may just be wishful thinking. We'll never know FB's true intentions. But I want to believe that Tanuji did care for her, that there was a place for Moeka somewhere.
Okabe, 今すぐ D メールを送るべきよ。
Okabe, we need to send the D-mail now.
今を逃すといろいろ面倒なことに巻き込まれるかもしれないから。
Miss this chance and you could be in a lot of trouble.
あんたの目的はマユリを救うことであってセルンへの復讐じゃないでしょ。
Your goal is to save Mayuri, not take revenge on CERN, right?
私たちが作ったタイムリープマシンのせいで犠牲が出るのは気持ちのいいことじゃない。
I don't want anyone else to be hurt because of the machine we built.
ああ、そうだな。
Yeah, you're right. Okabe should have just stayed with the cat girl. I should send the D-mail and change the world line as soon as I can. When I do, the present will be reconstructed.
ダルはもうラボに来ていると思うか
Do you think Daru's still in the lab?
電話してみる。
I'll try calling. Well, the thing is, if he texts Moeka from FB's phone to say that the shrine, like the IBN 5100 isn't at the shrine, then Moeka doesn't get the IBN 5100, so Moeka doesn't die because she didn't find it. Mayuri shouldn't die because, like, she, you know, like that should technically undo everything. And FB, aka Mr. Brown, aka Tanuji, shouldn't die either because they never find this IBN 5100 and Okabe is supposed to get it, you know, for themselves kind of thing. That's like the plan. Mayuri is just a god enjoying watching at Okabe traveling through time trying to save her? Bruh. I'll send the same message I tried to send earlier from Moeka's phone.
あと5分くらいでラボに着くって。
He said he'll be there in 5 minutes. Stop search. PC unneeded. Stand by. Wait, what? Hi! What? Who? An innocent greeting. Guys, I'm scared! A child's voice? Familiar? Oh, fuck right off! What is she doing here? How did she get here? Why did she come here? Oh my god, why the fuck was that so loud? What the fuck? 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 Do you see the knife that's under my face? What the fuck? The next instant, Moeka drops to her knees like a string-cut puppet. An innocent laugh. Hands dyed with blood. A cleaver in her hand.
嘘でしょ
No way!
嘘じゃない。Yes way.
She looks straight at me, her eyes burning with intense hatred.
私は許さない。I won't forgive you.
The venom in her voice chills me to the bone.
父さんを死に追いやったお前たちを。Daddy died because of you. 絶対に許さないから。I'll never forgive you. 私がこの手で殺してやるまで許さないから。I'll kill you with my own 2 hands.
I'm in shock. I can't move.
岡部倫太郎。岡部倫太郎。お前は15年後に殺す。それまで怯えて待ってなさい。I'll come for you in 15 years. I hope you spend them quivering in terror.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Nai tosses the knife away and leaves, laughing all the while. Oh, fuck, dudes. What the hell was that? A demon? Was she possessed? I know Ando said the person leaping before, but like... My brain screams at my body to move, but it's petrified. What about Moeka? Moeka's clothes are soaked in red. It's blood. Moeka has been stabbed.
Moeka!
Moeka! She's my enemy. Hang in there! She killed Mayuri. Can you hear me? Moeka! I can't understand her. I can't forgive her. I killed someone. Yes, you did. Countless times. Not on this world line, but on others.
But...
This is my punishment. The will of fate.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
私にとっては FB しかいなくて。
I had nothing except FB. He couldn't send the text, guys, because Daru wasn't in the lab yet. He had to wait 5 minutes for Daru to get to the lab, so they couldn't send the text.
私にとっての居場所、そこだけ。
The only place I belonged.
守るためなら殺す。
I would kill to protect it.
恨まれて当然。
You're right to hate me.
ごめん。
I'm sorry.
許すよ。
I forgive you. The words come to my lips unbidden.
許す。
I forgive you. Perhaps the words are meaningless. Even if I forgive Moeka, Nai will never stop hating us. Nevertheless, though it may only provide a shred of comfort,
お前を許す。
I forgive you. Damn. She is no longer breathing.
岡部、
Okabe,
D メールを送るべきだと思う。
I think you should send the D mail.
もう準備はできてる。
Everything's ready at the lab.
あ、
Yeah. Moeka and FB are gone. But Mayuri's fate cannot be avoided. The universe still demands her death.
なあ、クリスティーナ。
Hey, Christina?
D メールを送って。ダイバージェンスが変わったら、萌香はそこで生きていると思うか、それとも死んだままだと思うか。
When I send the D mail and change divergence, do you think Moeka's fate will change?
あんたが言っていたアトラクタフィールド理論で考えるなら、
Based on the attractor field model you spoke of,
ダイバージェンスが 1% 以上なら生きている確率は高くなる。
she'll be more likely to live if divergence exceeds 1%.
ごめん、こんな思いやりもクソもない言い方しかできなくて。
Sorry. I wish I knew what to say.
いや、いいんだ。
Don't worry about it. I take one last look at Moeka's body lying there. Why wouldn't we send the D mail? We send the D mail, right? Yeah, we do. I already saved a bit ago. I already saved, don't worry, we're good. I take one last look at Moeka's body lying there. It was a bit ago, but like, it's okay. Causality is a strange and terrifying thing. Save closer? Well, it's too late now. If we don't send the D-mail, I'm not sure. It's a different ending that I'm not sure what happens. What's up, Sadiq? Moeka, if you're going to apologize for a sin and you didn't commit, then I must apologize as well. I am responsible for twisting your fate. And for twisting the fate of Tonoji Nae. I ruined that innocent girl's life, made her something other than what she was meant to be. Is it okay to just leave her like this? Of course, if I send the D-mail now, this world line will be undone. Should I just think about Mayuri? I should just think about Mayuri. I shouldn't burden myself with any more problems. Is this really okay? I am curious to see what happens if we don't send the D-mail, though. Like, I don't know what different, like would it like go directly to Nae coming after us kind of thing? I don't know. I don't know. Everything was undone. You're alive. Hi, Neko. It feels like forever since I've seen her lightning speed typing. I don't need an IBN 5100 anymore, Moeka. This mail doesn't make sense. It reads like Moeka and I were discussing the IBN 5100 just moments ago. Of course, that's exactly what happened on this world line.
必要ないとは
What do you mean? My supervisor told me to stop looking.
FB か
Your supervisor? You mean FB? So FB's still alive. For now, however, I'm more interested in what Moeka just said. FB cancelled her mission to retrieve the IBN 5100? I mean, isn't that what he sent?
達成はすなわち処分確定。扱いとしては犬っつうより家畜だな。
Doing your duty sets you up for disposal, so we're more like cattle than dogs. I recall his last words. Perhaps he cancelled her mission so that they wouldn't be eliminated.
私がこの手で殺してやるまで許さないから。I won't forgive you until I kill you with my own hands.
I can't get that childish yet hate-filled voice out of my head. On that world line, I turned an innocent girl into a murderer. That world line has already been undone. But how will things turn out on this new world line? No, there's no point thinking about it. If the plan worked, the IBN 5100 should already be back in my possession. And if that's the case, then there's no need to stay on this world line either. On the way back to the lab, I stop by the brown tube workshop and peek in through the window. The 42-inch CRT is powered on, and Tanuji, FB, is lounging in front of it, reading the sports pages. FB is still alive. His daughter, Nae, has no reason to hate anyone now. I climb the stairs to the lab. Ho ho! It's here! It's there! I was right! The long battle is finally over. Wow.
Super Haka! Super Haka, come on!
Daru! Daru! Where's my Super Haka?
橋田ならいないわよ。
He's not here.
コミマに行くって言ってたじゃない。
He went to Komima, remember? Wow. How did she even find out the dad did sewer slide? Oh. I don't know. I'm so, like, my brain is so stuck on that one moment where someone time leaped right before Okabe time leaped and he didn't know who it was. I'm so, like, stuck on that thing. In that case, he won't return until evening. I can't wait that long. So I fire up the time machine and leap. What? Oh, he's going forward and wait. Wait, what? We're going back.
Daru! Christina!
Daru! Christina!
これよりオペレーションベルダンディ最終フェーズを開始する。
It's time for the final phase of Operation Verthandi. Yeah, she said I'll come for you in 15 years.
IBN 5100だ。
The IBN 5100, Daru.
だから
Yeah.
だからではない IBN5100 があるのだよ
Listen to me, man. We have an IBN 5100.
Okay, I have a question, chat. I have a question because as of right now, I feel like we have options. Like, I'm gonna give us the option because of what time it is. It's like 2:30. I feel like I'm down to stream for like another hour. But I feel like I kind of want to visit the other ending real quick. I'm kind of curious. Like, if we save here and we continue this ending next time, like if I save here, right? Crap. What did I just do? Okay, if I save here, okay, and we check out this ending because I'm so curious about Nae. I have no clue. Because I feel like it's possible. Didn't want the Lukaku ending. I'm not as it doesn't feel mysterious to me. It just feels like the Fades one where it's just like, okay, they live happily ever after together, I guess. I honestly have no idea if you don't send the D-mail. I'm really curious. Me too. Like, it's like, I'm going to like, I have to know. So let's save this here, okay? So this is where we're gonna continue next time. I'm gonna have to do a little bit of catching, like I'm gonna have to click through a little bit. So hang on. So if so I'm gonna just close or title menu, okay? Okay. I'm just like really curious. Like I cannot sleep tonight without knowing what the fuck happens. I need to fucking know. Okay. Because I feel like the endings, I don't know how long this ending is gonna take. Okay. I have to kind of skip ahead a little bit though until we make the decision. I know we have to go through this again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. I know I should have saved closer, but it's okay. Oh, need a sequel that's just about Lukaku and Ferris, TBH? Oh my god. I'm sorry we're reliving. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, the auto skip. What was it again? Oh, E. Here we go. Man. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Alright, where are we at? Here we go. Okay. Alright, don't send email. C. Oh, wait. Okay, I think it'll only go... Okay. Alright. I think now we're not sending. I need to know what the fuck happens. Alright, we've been through this already. Is it okay to just leave her like this? Of course, if I send the D-mail now, this world line will be undone. Don't send. C. Just want to make sure. I should just think about Mayuri. I shouldn't burden myself with any more problems. Is this really okay? Oh. Why won't my fingers move? I already know what I need to do. I put FB's phone in my pocket. I can't pretend I didn't see that. Nai's crime is partly my responsibility, and I need to know what she meant when she promised to kill me 15 years from now. I need to know what she meant from that too! I'm time leaping. Back to the lab. Kurisu sighs, but I pretended not to hear it. I peed and grabbed muffins and I missed it? No, you didn't miss anything. So united. Wait, what did you miss? Nothing. Oh, nothing really happened yet. Don't worry. Now we're timely. Now something's gonna happen. Potentially. I don't know. Oh, when I press no, he was just like, why won't my finger do anything? Why won't my finger move? Blah, blah, blah. Our enemy? But...
じゃないの？
Isn't she our enemy?
今は朝の7時前だな。
It's about 7 a.m., right?
は？
Huh?
そうだけど、何よ、いきなり。
Well, yeah, but where did that question come from? After time leaping 2 hours back, I find myself in front of the station. Dude, I just having like a weird moment of like, wow, I wonder what it must be like to be awake and out on a street just living life at 7 a.m. Like that feels like such a nostalgic thought to me because I haven't experienced that in years. Anyways, after this comes the Tennoji residence. There is one other thing experience has taught me. Today, Moeka and Tennoji will die, and there's nothing we can do to stop it. I don't have the means to, and it isn't my problem. The problem is Nae. Oh boy. It sucks that when traffic starts, you're not missing much. I guess. We arrive in front of Tennoji's house, just like we did before I time leaped. Man, what is gonna happen differently this time? I trace the same conversations, the same actions as last time, and I wait. That freaking dragonfly. And then... Tennoji shoots himself in the head. The sudden violence shocks Moeka and Kurisu, but I'm already inured to it. I've seen it all before. Sorry, Tennoji, but I don't feel anything At this point, I can't. I immediately look around. Oh my god, so fucking scary! There she is! Nae is spying on us from afar. Her eyes blaze with a hatred beyond her years. This is so scary! As our eyes meet, Nae turns and runs away.
Mate!
Wait! Nae is still running, ignoring my calls to stop. Eagle, exactly. After telling Moeka to stay put and Kurisu to look for Tennoji's phone, I chase after Nae. She's just a child. I close in on her quickly. I bet that Okabe has a skip button to get to that point fast. I know, right? Close in on her quickly. Nae, occasionally looking back at me and grinding her teeth, eventually runs into a fenced-off construction site. Stop! Unexpectedly, Nae slows down and eventually stops to catch her breath. From the sound of her breathing, she must be at her limit. Are you really Tennoji Nae? You plan to kill Kiryu Moeka after this, don't you?
That's right.
Revenge for your father?
You and Kiryu Moeka killed Daddy.
Excuse me. Your dad killed himself. He blew his own brains out. He would have done it even if we hadn't been here. It's not our fault.
I don't care.
What?
父さんが死んだ時、桐生萌香はその場にいた。でも父さんが死ぬのを止めなかった。
Kiryu Moeka was there when Daddy died, but she didn't stop him.
だから許さない。
I won't forgive her.
お前もだ、岡部倫太郎。
Nor you, Okabe Rintaro.
お前に関わらなければ父さんは死ななくて済んだ。
If you hadn't gotten involved, Daddy wouldn't have died.
Wait, is she blaming me for finding the IBN 5100? How the hell was I supposed to know?
だがお前はすぐには殺さない。殺せないからな。
Wait a second, because in this timeline they don't have the IBN 5100 yet though. Right? Like we just got to the timeline that we have it. So I'm kind of confused. Or I'm not sure exactly what she's talking about.
But I won't kill you now. I can't.
お前を殺すのは15年後。それまでせいぜい怯え続けるんだ。
I'll kill you in 15 years. Keep living in fear until then.
お前は誰なんだ?
Who are you? She isn't Tenoji Nae.
どういう意味なんだ?
What do you mean you'll kill me in 15 years?
そのままの意味だよ。
Exactly what it sounds like.
お前は15年後に私が殺した。
15 years from now, I killed you.
Killed? Why is she using past tense? She's time traveled! Did she?
タイムリープ
Time leap? Nai suddenly whips out a knife. Caught completely off guard, I collapse onto the floor. Damn it! For a moment I panic, but somehow I manage to convince myself that I'm fine. I won't die here, I tell myself. This world line won't accept that. It's just like Nai said herself. It's not that she won't kill me, she can't. If she tried, something would surely interfere.
お前を殺した時のこと教えてあげよっか。
Wanna hear how I killed you?
なんかレジスタンスの創始者とか言ってセルンに歯向かってたみたいだけど。
In the future, you were one of the founders of the resistance against CERN.
私が拉致して監禁してやって考えつく限りのありとあらゆる拷問を加えてやったよ。
But I captured you and imprisoned you and tortured you every which way I could think of.
お前は痛みに泣き、わめき、クソとしょんべんをまき散らしながら私に命乞いをした。
You cried and screamed and begged for your life, all while covered in piss and shit.
実に醜かったよ、岡部倫太郎。
You were one sorry sight, Okabe Rintaro.
しょうがないから最後に私自身の手で喉をかき切ってやった後、気が済むまでメット刺しにしたのよ。一体何回刺したか私でもわからないぐらいにね。
After I ran out of things to do, I finally slit your throat, and then I stabbed you, over and over and over again, so many times I don't even remember.
それが15年後のお前が迎える最後だ。父さんを殺したお前を待っている運命だ。
That's how your life is going to end. That's your punishment for murdering Daddy.
My nerves burst into flame, not just in my arm, but throughout my entire body. The pain forces the air out of my lungs in a blood-curdling scream. I can't shake off Nai's hands.
セルンはお前の作ったタイムリープマシンを一切手をつけずに保管したままだったんだ。私はそれに目をつけたの。
CERN confiscated your time leap machine and kept it locked away, untouched, until I came for it.
15年後、ラウンダーになった私はお前を殺してからそれを使ってここまで戻ってきた。
After I became a rounder and killed you, I used that machine to come all the way back here.
So, she isn't the one that time leaped before Okabe then, because that wouldn't make any sense. Because she did this much more in the future, right?
一度にたった48時間しか遡れない欠陥品だからずいぶん苦労したけど。
It was hard, let me tell you. That piece of shit can't leap more than 48 hours at a time.
To travel 15 years in 48-hour increments would take...
単純計算で2738回だ。
2,738 leaps.
他にもいろいろあったせいで実際の回数はきっと倍以上だけどな。自分が何回タイムリープしたかなんてとっくに忘れたよ。
I messed up a few times though, so it was really more like twice that. At least. I kinda lost count after a while.
I knew it. When I came to this world line, I went back to the lab after learning of Moeka's suicide. And once I got there, I found evidence someone had used the time leap machine. So that was Nai's final time leap.
私はこの復讐のためだけに生きてきた。誰にも邪魔はさせない。絶対に桐生萌香も殺してやる。この手でだ。
Revenge was all I lived for. I won't let anyone get in my way. I will kill Kiryu Moeka with my own 2 hands.
自殺なんてさせるもんか。そんな生ぬるい死に方で逃がしたりはしない。
I won't let that bitch kill herself. She doesn't deserve to go out easy.
たったそれだけのために15年もの歳月を遡ってきたのかよ。
You leapt 15 years just for that? She's insane.
たったそれだけだと。
Just for that?
お前たちにとってはたったそれだけかもしれないが、私にとってはお前と桐生萌香を殺すことだけが全てなんだよ。
No, so time leaping, like time leaping is the memory. So Nai, like this is actual like Nai's body, but it's her own future self's brain. That's why he's like, this isn't Nai, because this is her 15-year-old or like 15 years from now old self. Yeah, so that's how everything works with the time leaping.
It might not mean much to you, but to me, killing you two means everything.
それで萌香を殺してその後はどうするつもりだ。
So you kill Moeka, but what comes next?
その後
Next?
遡ってきた15年をもう一度やり直すのか。
Are you gonna repeat those 15 years all over again?
そんなものに何の価値がある。
What do I care about those 15 years?
価値なんてないんだ。
There's nothing for me there.
お前は今何もしなくていい。
I don't need anything from you now.
ただ怯え後悔し続けろ岡部倫太郎。15年後に私が迎えに行く時まで。
Just wait in fear and regret, Okabe Rintaro, until I come for you in 15 years.
I wonder how she found out in the first place? Well, I'm sure she probably finds out eventually, and then she like goes to her past self to come here so she sees it for herself, I guess. I don't know. Why you laughing, Okabe? That girl's disconnected from causality just like I am. And after time leaping thousands of times, she exacted that revenge. How will she live those 15 years the second time around? Will she kill me again? The thought squeezes my heart like a vice. Does time travel bring nothing but pain? Okabe!
あんたその傷どうしたの？大丈夫？
What happened? Are you okay?
携帯は
The phone.
持ってきたけど。
Oh, maybe? I brought it, but...
説明してよ。その傷はどうしたの？
Hey, tell me what happened, will you? I remember when Suzuha said that Kurisu, CERN gets Kurisu to make their time machine, basically. So she can't kill Kurisu because she needs to make CERN's time machine, so...
救急車呼んだ方がいい？
Should I call an ambulance?
落ち着け。
Calm down.
今から D メールを送る。
I'm gonna send the D mail now.
そうか。世界線が変わればこの傷もなくなるのかな。
Right. If the world line changes, then this wound will go away. Stop search. PC unneeded. Stand by.
Who cares about my wound? More importantly, by changing the world line, FB's Tanuji's death, the damage to Nai's soul, and Moeka's imminent murder will all be undone. Yeah, there isn't even any wounds that we can see.
思うんだ。やっぱり店長は萌香を助けたかったんだよ。
I think he wanted to save Moeka. Perhaps that's just wishful thinking. However,
ベータ世界線ではそうなるといいな。
I hope it works out on the Beta world line. They are the enemy. I should hate them for killing Mayuri. But in some sense, Tanuji, Moeka, and Nae are all just victims of my foolish experiments. Damn. I pray that they can live normal lives, at least on the Beta world line. For their sake as well as Mayuri's, I must send this D-mail.
悪いな、ナエ。
Sorry, Nae. Once this D-mail is sent, this world line will be undone.
お前の復讐は果たされない。
But I can't let you have your revenge. The world shatters, warps, and reforms. I head straight for Moeka's apartment. Okay, so now we're basically at the same spot that we were, right?
ここどうやって調べ
How did you know where I... Wait, she's
少し
talking.
時間を潰させてもらうぞ。
Oh, this is different. Let me kill some time here. She was texting him before, right? Moeka's right in front of me, but she sends me mail. Wait. So it forces us to go back anyway. I guess so.
必要ないとは。
What do you mean? My supervisor told me to stop looking. Well, this might have like a different, like maybe playing through this is gonna be different because now he knows exactly what Nai is gonna do. Yeah, we know different things now. I know why. What? He needs to build the time machine? For CERN? Or... Because they already did build it, technically. Like, they have it working. She literally used it. For now, however, I'm more interested in what Moeka just said. FB canceled her mission to retrieve the IBN 5100?
任務達成はすなわち処分確定。扱いとしては犬っつうより家畜だな。
Doing your duty sets you up for disposal, so we're more like cattle than dogs. I'm not so sure. I recall his last words. Perhaps he canceled her mission so that they wouldn't be eliminated. If that's the truth, then maybe he really was trying to save Moeka.
ただ怯え後悔し続けろ岡部倫太郎15年後に私が迎えに行く時まで
Live in fear and regret, Okabe Rintaro, until we meet again in 15 years.
I can't get that childish yet hate-filled voice out of my head. On that world line, I turned an innocent girl into a murderer. Nothing's different so far. I won't fear you, Nae, nor will I repent. That world line has already been undone. But how will things turn out on this new world line? No, there's no point thinking about it. That might have been different? If the plan worked, then the IBN 5100 should already be back in my possession. And if that's the case, then there's no need to stay on this world line either. So everything seems to be the same so far, but we have like a little bit of info. On the way back to the lab, I stop by the brown tube workshop and peek in through the window. I'll get to like this, well, maybe I'll get like I don't know. Everything seems to be the same so far though. FB is still alive. His daughter Nai has no reason to hate anyone now. I climb the stairs to the lab.
Yeah, it's literally all the same. So, okay. Well, I could still save it here, because this is still gonna be the Nye angry Nye villain arc. Knowledge of the Nye villain arc. But mind you, he still knows here that she's going to kill him in 15 years. We just don't know how. That's the main difference. That's like the only extra detail that we don't know the difference of. But I'll save it here. So now we know this is the Nae, Angie Nae, scary villain. Well, just we know what she's gonna do. Or we know how she got to where, we know how she got to us, and that we know she time traveled. Whereas this one, he's not sure who Nae is and stuff. So it's like still like an unknown, like, what the fuck kind of thing. But I think this is a good place for us to wrap up for today because, you know, I feel like it's possible. I think it might be possible that we either have 1 week left, like next week could potentially be the season finale. Potentially. Either next week or the week after that for sure, I think. Wraps up Steins Gate Elite. I think. So, y'all gonna wanna make sure to be here next Saturday because shit is going to get real. But who knows? It could be, I just think we have like definitely within 1 to 2, maybe 3 weeks. 3 weeks max, I wanna say. But I don't know for sure. So, what do you guys think of, dude, that whole Nae thing? I was not expecting that. I don't think that is in the anime, is it? Nae's thing? Because I saw even Ino was like, oh, well, that's new. So... Oh, are you serious, Tears? No way, dude. For real? That's crazy. That's so insane. The last chunk. That's nuts. Super intense. Yeah, today's episodes were nuts. I like totally forgot about everything having to do with FB. Like I wanted to go further down that rabbit hole. Like I wanted to see like maybe if we would see what would happen in 15 years from now. Like the 15-year Okabe situation, but I guess maybe that's too advanced. I don't know. Oh, that's so crazy. That was my plan too, saving the last chunk for Looney. Aw, thanks guys. 4.5 hours and I'm still designing the central flower. You're doing amazing, Ando. I saw the progress pics and they look so fire. They look so good. Okay guys, if you enjoyed today's stream, make sure you hit the follow button because you're gonna want to make sure you're here for next Saturday. Because next Saturday, like I said, they have the IBN 5100, which now means that they can uncode all of the stuff that was from CERN. The hardcover Steins Gate you got from Barnes and it was a limited print. It was a limited print, only sold during that time that it was out, which is why I was telling y'all to get it. I was like, hey, if anyone's interested, this is gonna be a limited time thing. It's probably gonna be expensive if you don't get it now. I tried to warn you. But yeah, so now that we have the IBN 5100, we can decode the CERN's database stuff that was like encrypted with this, and then you need the PC for it. And I know, for sure. Wasn't interested until now, I know. And then they can undo the D-mail that they sent the first day that had them, like, that had CERN on their nuts. So, that is probably what's gonna happen next. I literally forget how a lot of Steins, like, this from here on out goes. I know, like, maybe some major stuff or whatever, but, like, I forget so much of the details. Oh, you're slightly changing the design plan for the walls and need a new flower for that. Oh, lordy. Bless your heart, Anna. You're doing great. You are doing amazing. Keep it up, dude. Also, here are my socials, guys. If you're not following those yet, make sure you hit those up. He didn't even unsend his lotto email. Well, maybe they needed to do these specific ones. I don't know. I don't know the specifics of what's happening, okay? I don't know. But yeah, guys, I'll be back, or I think I'm gonna be taking a day off tomorrow. I'm gonna be going rock climbing again, so wish me luck. Hopefully I will be all right. Hope I'll survive. But yeah, I should be back on Monday. We'll go back to some Elden Ring or whatever. So 2 days off, got it? Who knows? I'm hoping not, but who freaking knows, honestly. Let's see. Who shall we host today? Did I host Nesba yesterday? No, I hosted Mandy yesterday. Let's host Nesba. She got some Pogger viewership right now. Let's make it even more Poggers. See you Wednesday? What the heck? What do you mean Wednesday? I'm not gonna be gone until Wednesday. Sheesh. Thank you, Stunzy. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out. It was a good day. Today's story was chef's kiss. Very, very good. Very exciting. Very stressful. Very Poggers. So, I'll catch you guys later today. Hopefully Monday. I had no idea what's going on after a bit, so I just vibed. Hey, I appreciate you vibing along. It means a lot. Thank you. And I just gotta say, thank God we did not get a raid today because holy shit. Today would have been a very bad day to get raided, so whew. Dodged. Feels good, man. Alright, I will catch you guys. Oh yeah, United raided. Okay, listen. He just did that to stress me out. I honestly would have felt terrible if he did. Yeah. I would have been like, oh, fuck. We're switching to Elden Ring. Oh, God. Alright, guys. I will catch you all on the next one. Take care, everyone. I'll see you all next time. Stay safe out there. Make sure you stay moisturized and hydrated. Get some good sleep. Stretch your body, move your body as my body entirely cracks. All right. Bye, guys. Toodles.